Hey, hello again. So I'm back just to let you know about a little bit of programming, what exactly programming languages mean. So I'm sure you, in the previous video, you heard I was telling about C, C++, Java, JavaScript. Like I mentioned few names of the languages. If you're completely beginner, definitely you would be like surprised by listening what am I talking about, right? So right now I'm talking to you in English, right? So if I'm talking to you in English, that means I'm conveying whatever I want in a language, in a particular language. It could be any different language like Spanish, Hindi. If you're talking in your native or mother tongue, native language, it would be a different language. So if I'm talking to you, instructing you, or telling you something, conveying you something in a language which you understand, that's interaction between the humans. But right now what we are trying to do, we are trying to interact with the computer, right? So to interact with the computer, we also need some languages, because computer can only understand two things, that is zeros and ones. So that's the binary language. I won't go into so much complexity of how we are exactly changing the zeros and ones and why we are using these uh, C, C++, Python, and different stuff. I would definitely cover this later in the course. So C, C++, Python, these are the high level languages which we will be using. And uh, these consist of different kinds of instructions that computer understands, and it runs the instruction. There are two different language. One is interpreted language and another one is the compiled language. So over here, I would just like to mention that don't go into so much complexities. First, let's uh, do some coding, and then we will dive deep into these all stuff. It's just I wanted to give you a little information about it. Okay, so have a good day. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the very first tutorial where we would be learning about the ABC of Python, that is Hello World. I have already opened a file in front of you and I have named it as tutorial1.py. I'm sure you have seen the picture formats. It looks somewhat like .png, .jpg or .jpeg. Similarly, this file has the extension as .py that indicates that this is a Python file. So let's write our very first program. Print. I have started with the brackets and then I have given the double quotes. Inside this, let's write down hello world. And I have written the very first statement. Now I need to execute this or I need to run this program. For this, over here, I'll just right click. And you see, there is written run tutorial 1. If I click on this, it will run this file. Just see. Just something popped up over here. And here also it says hello world. So this is the place where you are getting your output of whatever commands you have given to the Python. Let me show you one thing. Over here, let's say I remove this bracket. Do you see there is a red line present over here? This is the intelligence of this compiler that's telling you that, bro, something is missing over here. You need to do something over here. But let's say, still if I run this code, See, this is telling me it's a syntax error. Now, what's a syntax error? Syntax error in Python occurs when the computer cannot understand the Python code that you have written. When you get a syntax error, you should think that you might have done some typos, or maybe you have missed something, you have written some incorrect arguments, anything. And over here, it's already telling you that it's unexpected EOF while parsing. End of file. EOF means end of file. That means this is the last thing which you have written in the code. That means this is end of file. So again, if I run this, definitely it will work perfectly. Now let's try another thing over here by removing this double quotes. Again, we get this indication with our smart compiler that there is some issue over here. And if I still try to run this code, now there is another kind of error. It's still a syntax error, but now it's EOL while scanning string literal. It's end of line. So there is some intelligence in Python which is telling us that this can be the issue with your code that is present in the end of line over somewhere over here. So definitely, we have missed the double quotes. That's the reason. Now let me explain you the word print which is present over here. Print is basically a function. And a function is a collection of instructions that you want the computer to execute. The print function prints or displays the specified message. Like you saw over here, after I ran the code, it showed us whatever we had written in this place. So basically, it gave us whatever we wanted it to print. This can be really anything you want in the world. I can write down print, hello, my name is Simran, and it will print that as well. And just not that, if you want it to print in single quotes, you're allowed to do that as well. So if you write this down and again run this code, it will completely run fine. You can definitely write down your name and test it out like this. This was all for this video. Let's go in the next part and learn about variables, what exactly variables are and how we work with it. Hello and welcome to the third tutorial, where we would be talking about data types. So till now we have learned about variables and we have assigned values to variables. So the values, all the values have their own data types. If we talk about different data types, there are few like int, that is known as the integer or the number. There is str, which is string, and the third one is float. We also have one more data type that is known as bool or boolean. Right now, I pressed Control/. This commented this line. What is commenting the line? Commenting the line basically means that if you run the program, it won't make any change. That means if you're writing a very big program and if you write some comments in between, that won't make any change to your program. And why do we use comments? Comments are basically used to give the reference of the program. Now, let's say if you're writing a very big program of finding out whether the number is odd or even. What would you do? You would write down your logic, and let's say it is a very complicated logic. If you write down comments that how you have implemented that logic, it will be easier for you to recall later when you come back again to the code to have a look at it. And just not that, if I would be looking at your code, it will be much more easier for me to understand that what was your approach while doing the problem. So comments helps in lots of ways. For the timing, I used control/, which made a hash. You can just simply write down comments like this also. As well as there is one more way where you can write down multiple line comments. That is with the help of these three double quotes together. This is known as docstring as well. You can write down literally multiple line comments and it won't give an error. And if I run this, have a look, nothing got executed because these all are comments. For single line, you need to give a hash, and if you want to write down multiple lines, you need to give a this three altogether, that is known as triple quotes altogether. Now, let's come back to the data types. The first data type which we talked about was int. That is a number. It stores integers. It can be positive number, negative number, it can be anything. So basically, to declare an int variable, we simply pick up a variable. So I'll just write down a equals to 10. This means that this is a integer. Now, after this, let's actually see whether this is an integer or not. For that, there is another function. Print type. Type would actually show you what is the data type of that integer, or I'm sorry, the variable. So let me just run it and have a look. See, it says class int. Int means integer. I can also try out one more thing over here. That is, instead of 10, if I write down 10.5, what will it do? Have a look. It changed to float. Right? That means floats are nothing but decimals. So there are two kinds of data types which we saw till now. One was integer, another one was float. Now let's talk about string. String is the first ever thing which you did was hello world. It was inside two quotes, right? That is known as a string. So if I write down B is equal to hello world, and if I try to see type of this thing, and I'll just simply run the code, have a look. It says class string, right? So let's say if I assign C is equal to T with a capital T, if we assign C equals to true with a capital T and try to print the type of C, it gives me a bool. If you also write down something like false over here and try to run the code again, just have a look, it still says bool. But if I write something else without quotes, let's say null. That doesn't exist. It is not defined. If I write this down in quotes, definitely yes, then it would be said that it's a string. So now you understood about how integers are written, how strings are written, how floats, and how booleans are written. Now, after this, I would like to tell you about typecasting. Typecasting basically means that converting one data type to another. Right now in front of you, A is equal to 10.5 and the type of A is float, right? So now let's do something. Let's convert the type of A to string. That means the one which you are seeing right now as a float, we will change that to a string. And yes, this is possible, but the vice versa is not possible. You can't convert a string to a number, unfortunately. A string will always remain a string. So let's try doing that. If we write down print str, that means string A, and if we try to run it, have a look. We see 10.5, but we don't really see any difference. So let's store it in a value. Let's store it in a variable type change. Okay, so this is a meaningful variable where you will understand that this is what type change is doing. Now over here, if I print the type of type change and try to run it, have a look. It says that it's a string, right? So initially it was a float and we changed it to string. We can do the same thing for an integer too. If we try, like, have a look over here. I'm just changing it back to 10. It was integer and now it's a string. After the changing of type by writing down stra. Hello and welcome to the second tutorial where we would be learning about variables. Variables are the named memory location inside a computer that can store a value which can be used for computations in the program. Okay, let me explain you. The number 3 is a constant. If you say that there are 3 apples in a basket, everyone knows exactly how many apples they are expecting to see. The number of apples in the basket is 3. But what happens if we add 4th apple to the basket? The number of apples are no longer 3, right? They have changed from 3 to 4. In fact, we can add n number of apples and it will keep on changing. So the basket over here is our variable, right? So something which is not same and it keeps on changing, it's a variable, as well as we store numbers or strings. In fact, we can store a sentence too inside a variable. Let's take an example. But before that, let me tell you that a variable has 2 parts. First part is the name of the variable itself. Let me take the name of a variable as num. Num equal to 2. So the first part, num, is the name of a variable and I have assigned the value to to this number. So now let's do something. Let's quickly print num. So if I print num, what will happen? It will print the value. It's 2. So this was a number. What about if I print something which is decimal? It will print it. Now, let's try printing a string. Let me print my name. And I'll just run it. Have a look. It's printing my name. What if I try to print a whole statement? I'm just taking this variable and assigning the statement that Python is fun to learn. So now this sentence has been stored in the word or in the variable statement, and I can use this again to print. And if I run this again, see, Python is fun to learn. So what do we understand from here? That we can store a sentence, a number, a float value. Float value is just a decimal number, the other word for the decimal. So now let's know a little bit more about variables. So basically, as the name suggests, in fact, the example which I gave you, the value of variables can be changed in future within the same program. That is, the values can vary from time to time according to the programmer's preferences and logic. So right now over here, my name, I have assigned it as Simran, right? So let's say, let me take any another name. Name equal to, let's say, Charlie. So now, all right. So now let's know about the rules of naming a variable. For making a variable, you need to follow few rules. Like you do it in English, you have few rules, right? When you are writing down grammar. Exactly over here. The first thing which you should remember, that is, you cannot start with a number. Like you cannot write down one num equal to something. This is completely wrong. This will give you a syntax error. After this, you should remember that you can definitely start a name of a variable either with a letter or with the underscore character. So if you give an underscore over here, now this is perfectly well and fine, because now this starts with an underscore, and it's a rule that you can start the name of a variable with the underscore. After this, you can also do one more thing, that is, you can write something like this. Num1 is equal to this. That means you can, instead of writing it in the front, you can use anywhere in the middle. Like you could literally use something like this, which doesn't completely make sense, but it's not wrong. Now, the next thing which you should know, that is, these are case sensitive. If you write a capital A equal to some number and a small a equal to some number, they both are completely different. That means Python is case sensitive. Now, one more thing which I would like to mention over here about the rule of the variable, that is, you cannot use any spaces. What do I mean by that? You cannot write down something like num1 is equal to 63. Instead, if you give an underscore in between this, this looks much more better and it's not an error. That means num1 is equal to 63. This has a underscore in it. Mostly people use underscore to separate words to make it look better. Now, there are many more things which you should know if you want to be a good programmer. It's a good practice if you write down a better name or a meaningful name so that if someone else looks at your code, they can understand that what exactly you want to do. Let's say if you are finding out the average of five numbers, if you're finding out the average of five numbers, what would be the variable name that you would think of? The best name which you could think of is the word average itself, or with that you can add one more thing, that is average 5 subject. This is a really good name. So you should practice like this whenever you are writing down the names of the variables. That's it in this video. Let's meet in the next video and know about the data types. Hello and welcome to the fourth tutorial where we would be talking about the arithmetical and the logical operators. But before proceeding to that, I would really like to tell you about what an operators are. An operator is a symbol that tells Python to perform a specific calculation or operation. Operators are of different types: plus, minus, multiplication, division. These are the example of the mathematical operators. These are also known as arithmetical operators, and these are mostly used for calculations. Now, it's just not that. We also have something known as logical operators. Now, what are logical operators? It includes comparison between two, that whether it's greater than or it's lesser than, if the both values are equal to each other, or maybe it's greater than or greater than equal to or lesser than equal to, as well as the last one is not equal to. So we basically compare two numbers to have a look whether it satisfies our condition or not. So let's test them one by one. Let's first start working with the arithmetical operators and let's see if actually we could add two numbers or not. For that, I'll be taking up two variables, a equal to 9 and b equal to 3. And we need to add this. So simply let me print addition of a and b. And I'll simply give a comma over here and I write down a plus b. And let's do something. Let's run this. See, addition of a and b is 12. Okay? So now it actually gives me the addition of two numbers. So definitely it can give me the multiplication, division and subtraction as well. Now let's do something. Let's try looking at if a is greater than 9 or not. If I write this down, what it says false. But what is the value stored over here? It's 9, right? That means we can use something over here which is known as greater than equal to. And if I try this out, it will tell me that the value is true. It is definitely A is greater than equal to 9. Okay. Now I can also try out one more thing, that is print A is equal to B. Can you tell me something? Is A actually equal to B? No, right? So this should return the value as false because you are comparing. And if you are comparing, it can only have two values, whether it is true or it's false. So it's giving you the false value because they are not same. But if by any chance these two numbers would have been same, let me just make them same. And if I try to run this again, have a look. It says it's true. So we have used double equal to sign over here. So we have used double equal to sign over here. What does double equal to sign basically means? This is used for comparison, comparing two different numbers. But if I talk about single equal to, this is just for assignment. You have assigned A as 9. So remember this. This is a very good interview question which will help you later. And this logic should also be clear that what is the difference between single equal to sign and double equal to sign. Now, let's proceed and let's talk about this one, not equal to. What exactly not equal to is? So let's say if I print A is not equal to B. I'm using Prettifier as one of my plugins over here. That's the reason it's changing these into the operators which we mostly write down when we are using a copy and a pen. So basically, the symbol looks like this, but when we write down in mathematical form, we write it in this way. So now let's just try printing this, whether this is true or not. So let me just mention the context so that you don't get confused. Over here, we are trying to check whether A is not equal to B. And if I run it, have a look. False. A is not equal to B. Since A is equal to B and we are trying to say it's not equal to B, that is the reason it's saying that you're wrong. That's false. Okay. But if I try doing something like, again, changing the value and running the code again, have a look. It's true. That means A is actually not equal to B. 9 is not equal to 7. As simple as that. So till now, what we were doing were we were just assigning the variables beforehand. We were not making it interactive with the user. So let's learn one more thing over here. That is how to take an input from the user. So let's say I want to ask the person who is in front of me his name. So what will I do? I'll write down name is equal to input enter your name. Okay, if I do this now and if I try to run this, it says enter your name. Let's say I'm writing Simran and I pressed enter. You see, this is a little different than normal. This is basically the input which I have given, but I don't see anything. It's just ended. So let's actually print a message with that. So let's print hi with that name. Let's add how are you? How are you? Okay. And let's try to run this once again. So it's asking, like it stopped here. It's asking for the name. So let me just write down my name again and have a look. Hi Simran, how are you? So isn't it cool that Python can actually talk to us and take the values from us? Just not over here. Over here, what we are doing, we are using this input function. It's similar to that print function where it actually gives out or displays the output, whereas input takes in something and stores it wherever it is required. It takes the value from the user and stores it in name. Now, if I talk about enter your name written over here, this actually plays a very crucial role. Like, let's say if I just leave this over here and if I try to run this again, it will completely run fine. But it's not saying anything over here that what exactly we need to do, right? So, for this only, you will have to mention the string over here so that the person at least understands what you need to do. Like if it's just over here, it's stuck at a moment that you need to give an input, but no one actually sees it, right, till you give a proper statement. So that's the reason I had written over here enter your name, so that if you see this, you could actually enter the name. Now, this is how you take an input in a string. But what if you have to take an input in an integer? Since we now know about data types, they all are different. If number is different, a string is different, a float is different, right? So if we need to take a number as an input, what we would do, let's take num as the name of the variable, and I'll take int input. This is how you take a number as the input. Give me a number. And let me just print the number. I'll print num. Let's try running this and then I'll tell you a few more things about it. Enter your name. Let me just enter a name. Hi Himan, how are you? Give me a number. Give me a number. What if I write down 7? Any idea what would happen? You can comment down below and tell me what is in your mind. If you said it will give us an error, it will give us an error, definitely yes, it will give us error. It's because we are asking for an integer and what we are giving? We are giving a word. So definitely it's not possible for our Python to understand what exactly is going on. So now let me just write down the name again and give me a number. I'm giving it a 5. So it will give me 5 as the answer as well. Okay, now next let's have a look in the float values, about the float values. So if I write down decimal, decimal is equal to FL float. See, this came up. Float, give me a decimal. value. So if I give it a decimal value, what will it basically do? It will print it. Let's print it actually. It will store a decimal value. So let's print decimal and let's run it once again. Enter your name. What if I enter my name as a number? Do you have any idea what will this do? Let's take a number and see. Hi 12, how are you? So it is actually taking or considering 12 as a string. If you remember when we were talking about data types, I told you the conversion from number to string or float to string is possible, but it's the vice versa is not possible. That means you cannot convert a number to a string. That means you cannot convert a string to a number or a string to a float. All right. Now it asks me for a number, so I'm giving it a number as 98. And since I pressed enter, it's telling me that there is some issue, the value error. You know why? Because I pressed enter twice. I did not give it any value. So that is the reason it could not convert it. That it was a value error. If you just do not give any value, it will again give you an error. So let me run one last time over here and let me just give me a number 4. Okay, so I missed input over here, writing input over here. So basically, I forgot to write input over here. My mistake. So now if I try once again, and now it's asking me for a decimal value, I can give it a decimal value, any value, and it will give me the number back again. So this is how we can take an input as a string, as a number, or as even a decimal. So let it be this much for this session. We would meet in the next tutorial, but before that, we would be solving a project. Altogether, whatever we have learned from tutorial 1 to tutorial 4 will consist of all the concepts. I hope you would enjoy it, and let's meet in the project session. Have a good day. Hello and welcome to the new tutorial where we would be learning about if and else. What is if and what is else? These are the conditional statements. But first, let's talk about the real life statements.
Now, let's say if I'm hungry, I'll eat pizza. Otherwise, I'll do Python coding. So, what happens here? That if you're hungry, you have an option to eat. And if you're not hungry, what you can do? You can code, or you can practice anything, or you can play anything, right? So, this was the real life example, real world example. But now, if I talk about exactly writing down the statements, so okay, I have the file already open over here. Let me just rename it first to if else. Cool. Now, what do we need to do? We need to write down the if statement. But before that, let's do something. Let's take a value. You remember variable? I'm taking a variable a. All right. I'm sure you would be, when you would be working with this, you would be having this issue, that is configure Python interpreter. So just click on it and interpreter settings. You basically need to select the interpreter. All right. So you don't show me over here. Yes, here it is. And I'll apply and okay. So now there are no more errors. This PyCharm needs a base to run the program, which is basically what that interpreter would help to get. That is the reason you see this. Now, let's say a equals to 5. If a is greater than 4, what to do? Let's print a is greater than 4. All right. So what do you understand by this? If the value of a, which we have put in over here, is greater than 4, then this will print this line. Now, what is this extra gap over here? This gap is basically known as indentation. And this basically lets you know that whatever is present inside this is basically a if statement. So now first let me execute this and show it to you. I'll run this. See, a is equal to 5. Definitely 5 is greater than 4. So A is greater than 4. But let's say if I had written 3 over here and I ran this again, see, nothing is here. Nothing is showing up over here. So what do you understand by this? That is that only the code which is written inside this will get executed if the value, if this thing is true. Right now, a is not greater than 4. That is the reason it is not printing over here. Now, the thing which I was telling you was about the indentation, right? So let's say I'll write one statement over here. Print outside if statement. Okay. All right. So if I write outside if statement and then I again run this, have a look. It says outside if statement. That means that this code is not getting inside the if statement right now because a is greater than 4, but it will be printing all the things which is outside. So basically this is known as a block of code which is present inside if. Okay, so whatever you print, all right, let me just put a tab over here and let me now run this whole thing again. Have a look. Nothing gets executed, but executed means when you run the code, you get the answer from the Python. Let's say Python is a person over here, your friend. You're asking him something it's replying it to you. Exactly, if you execute, that means request for an answer or instruct for an answer, you get another answer. Whatever the answer is required. Now, let's change the value to 6. Now the condition is true, right? So now what I'll do, I'll just run this. See, both the lines are working. But any idea what would happen if I remove the indentation now? The indentation is mostly either one tab or 4 spaces. Okay. Now tell me, you can comment down below that what can happen if you are doing something like this. I guess it would be much more meaningful if I write this also. That is print inside the if statement. All right. So now, if I write something like this, give it a pause, think about it. All right. So let's run the code and let's see what happens. Everything is getting printed. So basically, these are inside block, and let me change it again for your reference. And if I run this, nothing inside will get executed. Only the outside will be executed. All right. I hope if is clear right now. And again, I'm repeating one more thing, that is an indentation is basically equivalent to either 4 spaces, either 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 spaces, or it is equivalent to 1 tab. Okay, cool. All right. So now let's talk about the next thing which I have written over here, that is else. All right. Now, when we started, I gave you an example. What was that example? That example was basically that if you are hungry, then you would be eating a pizza, or you would be eating anything you love to. And that doesn't mean that I am supporting junk food. You should eat healthy too. But yes, over here, I meant that if you're hungry, you eat pizza. Otherwise, if you're not hungry, there is also something that you can do. That is either study or play, anything, right? So there is something which is known as else over here. This is another keyword which helps you to work with it. Now, instead of this, we would be working with else statements now, else conditions. So let's say I write down over here else. This is again another block. I'll give a colon over here. And now I can write down A is less than. I can print directly, that would be better. A is less than 4. All right. And we can also mention one more thing, that is print inside else block. All right. Now, what do you think will this statement do? Let's run. So A is lesser than 4. Because this is false, this condition is false. So it is not going inside if, it is just going inside else. And after that, it's also printing this statement, because ultimately this is not under any indentation or any block of code. So this 2 lines comes in the block of else, and this 2 lines come in the block of if, this and this line. Okay. So now this was about if and else, the basics of if and else. There are many more things that we can do. So let's try out few cases which may be completely difficult, or maybe let's say it might be false. Let's try out few. Let me create just a Python file of practice if else. So I have this practice if else file in front of me now. So let's take something which is different. So let's write down if else, and we will be changing the conditions every time. And all right, so let's take a fruit. Let's take a fruit. So fruit is equal to mango. Oops. If fruit is equal to orange, print fruit is orange. And let me just take this once again. Do you see there is a issue over here? Can you tell me what is the thing that is missing over here? Exactly, the colons. You need to give the colons to make it understand that now I'm writing the next part of the code. Let's write down one more over here. Instead of orange, let's mention banana. So the fruit is banana, right? All right. And at the end, let's also mention one more thing, that is else. And else will never have any condition. It is only if there is no if, whatever the condition that is not satisfied inside the if, it will directly come in else. So else never contains any condition written over there, but it's just the opposite of if. Okay, so let's say it's not banana. Even even if it is not banana, then only one thing that left over here, which we wrote in the beginning, was print I guess it is mango. So let me run this. See, not banana, I guess it is mango. And let me just do something. Let me just remove the orange block of code where we have mentioned about orange. And let's run it again. See, nothing really happened, right? No changes. But if we do something like this, let's because there is one if, two if, let's add one more else. Let's try and see what happens. Else print, what should we print? Not orange. All right, it's already telling you that this is something, there is something fishy over here. So still, let's try to run it. See, first of all, it's telling that there is some syntax issue. This is an error, right? Invalid syntax. You cannot write like this. There can't be if else like this present. Only one pair of if else can be written together. Okay, so this is not the correct way to write. Even two if will not make a proper pair. So if you need to write something like this, this is the proper pair. So if you run this, you'll see not banana, I guess it's mango. Now over here, let's change this to input. That means now the person can take in, I can write down whatever I want to write. So now over here, let's write down, but there was no question. So still let's write down. I'm writing down my name. Not banana, I guess it's mango, but this is not exactly that, right? So two things we need to do over here. One is that enter the fruit name. Because I entered my name, I did not know what to enter, so I just entered my name. So enter the fruit name. Now, if fruit is equal to banana, definitely I gave Simran, or anyone can give any other fruit name. So instead of just writing mango, you can just put in anything else. I guess it is a good fruit. So let's try it out. So enter the fruit name. Now it's asking for it. So I'll write down its mango. So not banana. I guess it's a good fruit. And now let me just try writing banana once and show you as well. If you need to give a space over here, you can do it in this way. So now you'll get a space, proper space to write. Work sign, great. All right. So let's meet in the next tutorial where we would be discussing about several different examples, what is required for you to understand this logic of if and else. Thank you. Hello, welcome back again. So hope you have practiced a little about if and else. And right now also we will be practicing about if and else. Now let's say if you want to do something, that is copy this file. And then what you can do, that is, we have copied it, let's paste it. But since the name is same, definitely it will give you to change it. And now let's change it to a different file name. So this is, let's remove it. Great. So today we will be merging up many topics together and learning whatever we have learned, definitely. And we will be talking about how to work out with it. So let's say, I take x equals to 0. And the second one, let's take y equal to 5. Cool. If x is less than y, then let's print yes. Cool. What do you think should happen? Is x less than y? Definitely 0 is less than y. So see, it's printing yes. Now, if I would have done something like y is less than x, what do you think should happen? No answers, right? See, you don't have any answers over here. That means the condition over here is false. All right, great. Now, there is one thing. This is something. If I write if x, that's it. And if I run this, it won't do anything. Because x, do you know what is x over here? X is 0. 0 means false. So let me tell you about this. There are logical operators, right? And, or, and not. And we have also talked about Boolean. In Boolean, what happens, you can only deal with two things, that is true and false. Now you can make that true and false into many different things. Like, let's say if it is true, you can also say that this is correct, or you can say that this is on, or you can say that this is 1. And if it is false, what is it? It's incorrect. It is switched off. When you switch off the light, what happens? Your light is no more switched on, right? You don't see light, simple. Or if you switch off the fan, it just stops rotating. Exactly, there are only two things, that is switch on and off. So you have true and false. Similarly, you have correct or wrong. So this is off and this is known as 0. So if X, that means if false, then you need to print yes. But definitely if it is false, if the condition is false, then it won't print whatever is written over here because the condition itself is false. If this would have been, let me just change the mouse. All right. If this would have been 1 and if I have ran it, see, it's writing yes. Okay. So this is the thing which you should know about. All right. That 1 means true and 0 means false. All right. And what do you think would happen if you have written over here y? Anything rather than 0 would be working fine. Computer is considering all the rest of the numbers similarly as it considers 1. So that is the reason you get it as yes. You get the value as yes. All right. Now I was just a little ago, I was telling you about and, or, and not, right? So let's go through all of them one by one, right? So if I talk about that, I have if you give me pizza and burger, then only I'll study. Again, I mean it. I don't want you to eat unhealthy. It's just I'm giving you an example. All right. So if you give me pizza and burger, then only I'll do my homework, or else I'll not do my homework. All right. So that is what you mean by and. I'm not getting satisfied if you just give me pizza or if you just give me burger. I need both to satisfy my hunger. Now, let me tell you about what is or. What do you think? What can or be? Let's take the example of pen and pencil. So let's say if you have pen, can you write? Definitely you can write. And if you have pencil, can you write? Definitely you can write. If you have alone the pen, can you write? With pen, if you have just pen, you don't need the help of pencil to write with pen. So yes, you can write it. With pencil alone, can you write? Definitely yes, you can write it. So that is what you mean by or. It is this or this. Okay. So that is what is or over here. And there is one more thing that is known as not. Not means just the opposite. If I write down not true, what do you mean? What happened with someone last day, let's say he or she got a good grade, and he or she is telling that he did not get a good grade. So definitely that's a false thing, right? So if I say that not true, this means it is false. That means this is wrong if it is not true. This is about not. Whatever I say, it's just the opposite thing you say for it. That is what not means over here. We'll be definitely doing a lot of programs on and or and not. But for the small introduction, I'll just give you one small thing over here. If, let's say, X and Y, these two, what do you think would it do? If X and Y, they both are true, right? 1 and 5. If this would have been 0, then this would have not given any answer because 1 is wrong. That means 1 is false. I'm not getting the pizza. I'm just getting the burger. Okay. So that is the reason this is happening. But instead, if I had or, what would happen? It would run. Why? Because either I'm getting pizza or I'm getting the burger. And I'm satisfied with that. But this only happens in the case of or. And not, we can try not something like, okay, we'll try not with a better example later. But I hope you have understood about logical and or, both of it. And you have also got a little bit more clarification about how if works. All right. Now, I give you a small question. I would actually like you to pause after listening to the question and then first try to solve it on your own, and then maybe you could proceed to check the answer. So the question goes like, you need to create a simple program where the input from the user is taken. The input should be about the favorite cartoon. And you need to check. If it is Doraemon, then you should say that I also love this show. And if it is not Doraemon or whatever your favorite show is, whichever you want it to be, if it is not that, you should print that good choice, but I like a different show. Let me just write down the question for you over here. All right. Okay, so that's, and I'm just commenting them because I don't really like these lines over here. All right, great. So now you can take a pause and just try it on your own and then come back soon and complete it and then see it, because practice will make you perfect. All right. All right, I'm sure you have done it. So now let's do it together. So you need to create a simple program where you will, first of all, what you do, you will take in the input favorite cartoon from the user. So you remember the variable rules? I hope so you have remembered all of them. So what do you need to do? How will you make a variable? Var? I'd suggest no. It should not be var. It should be something like favor or maybe favorite. You can write down the complete word favorite cartoon. This is the name of my variable which I have taken. I'll take an input, and even I'll write down that mention your favorite cartoon. Now this person will enter the favorite cartoon. All right. Now what do the first line is done. Now the next thing, that is, if it is, let's say, Doraemon or whatever you want, whatever it is, let's say I will take it as Doraemon only because I love Doraemon. So if favorite cartoon is equal to, do you remember the difference between assigning and equating? So favorite cartoon has been first assigned to input. Now we are trying to equate it with whatever we want. So what I wanted Doraemon. Okay. So if it is Doraemon, then colons after that, what should it say? Print, I love this show too. And with that, else, good choice, but I like different show. All right. I would highly recommend you, if you have not done it yourself till now, then please do it together rather than just looking at this course, because if you just look at coding, it's not a good thing. You need to practice. This is just like mathematics. I'm not saying this is mathematics completely, but I'm saying you need to practice just as you practice maths, or as you practice your guitar, or anything which you're doing as you practice swimming. What do? Every day you learn it, every day you practice it, and you become better at it, right? Exactly the same things you need to do over here. You can't just look at this, you have to also practice. All right. Okay, so let's just run this and let's see what happens. Okay, so mention your favorite cartoon. Yes is coming from the top over here. Okay. All right. So mention your favorite cartoon. I will mention, let's say, Ninja. Hathori. Hattori. Good choice, but I like a different show. But if I would have written this word Doraemon, let me just add this over here. All right, let me just run it once again. I love this show too. Cool. So here comes this tutorial in the end, but practice whatever we have done on your own as well. And if you have any doubts, do let me know in the comment section. Great. Have a good day. Thank you. Hello, what's up, everyone? I hope everything is going good and you have practiced about if and else a lot. So now let's do something new. What if we had more than one conditions to check at once? Or maybe let's say to deal with more than one cases. You saw that time we applied two if and two else. It was not really working fine, right? So we would be working with something better. And that is known as elif. All right. So let me just create a new file quickly, Python file, and let me name it as if elif else. Now, if I talk about if elif else, let's do our first program over here. Before that, I would also like to tell you about a little basic rule how to use elif. You can use as many as elif you want in the if with that if statement. That means you need to at least have one if to start with a else elif thing. So you need one if, not more than one if. Then you have else. But where does elif come? Elif comes always in the middle. That is here. That means this is her, but you can add as many elifs you want. 10, 20, 30, 40, it's completely up to you. But it should always be in middle. Elif actually basically what it means is else if you are coming from any other background like Java or C, you must have known that it is else if, as we write in other languages. All right, so let me just clear up everything and let's start with the coding. So what will be the first thing that we would be doing? So let's talk about my marks. All right, so my marks, the thing which I have written in front of you right now, my and capital M, this capital M and small m, like my marks, this is known as camel casing. My marks, ENGLISH. See, all the words I'm writing down in capital instead of giving underscore, right? This is known as camel casing. Like this is normal, but it doesn't look good, right? But if I write V capital, definitely you are able to differentiate what exactly I've written. So either you can give an underscore with a small v, or you can simply write down capital V, and this is known as camel casing. All right, great. So now let's proceed with my marks, and let's say my marks is equal to 70, and I want to know the grade of my marks. All right, so what is the first thing which you need to check? Let's say, let me give you a little background of this before. That is, let's say if you get 90 or more than 90, that is 90 plus, then you will get a A plus grade. Okay. If you get something like 80 or 80 plus, that means in between this 81, 82 till 89, this will give you A. All right. Then if let's say, let's just drop down to 50 now. If it is greater than equal to 50, that means 50 plus. Basically, this will give you B. And if you have anything lower than this, it will give you a C grade. Okay. So let's code for this right now so that you get the feel of how if else works. All right. Great. So my marks is 70, and let's find out which grade it is. And you can also actually do something like you can create this for your friends, put in their number and find out their grade. You can do some funny stuff with this also. All right, so let's continue. If my marks is greater than equal to 90, then print your grade is A plus. All right, cool, works fine. Now, after this, that's what you need to check. That is after if, since we have many cases, instead of writing else, I'll write down elif. elif, definitely you need to give the condition, because there is only one thing where you can't give the condition, and that is else statement. You can't give any array. So how are you getting all these stuff? This is because of the prettifier. I'm sure you won't get this exactly as you see over here, because I have a plugin installed. Actually, let me show you the plugin a little later. Let me complete this first. AD, then you would be getting a A, then again a elif. My marks is greater than 50, greater than equal to 50. I should print, it is, let's say, B, and last but not the least, I'll just add a else statement, and I'll write down print do. You need to focus. Grade C. All right. So let me run this and let's see. My grade is B. Okay. Now, if I change this number to, let's say, 99, it will still tell me that it's A plus. But now, what if someone enters its number as 110? What about that? What do you think will happen? It'll say A plus, but that shouldn't happen, right? You should always be checking that the number should be not more than 100. And if it is more than 100, you need to find out what to do. You need to say you can't enter a number more than 100. So for that, what we can do, we can just take, if the my marks is greater than 100, print let's say if someone got extra marks for good handwriting, cool, we can write that down. We can write anything we want, definitely. But yes, now we are having two ifs. So let's try what it does. See, 110 is giving me two things. So definitely we don't want this. That is the reason I told you that we should use only one if. Okay, cool. Let me run it again. See, extra marks for good handwriting. So you have got 110 and you got extra marks for your good handwriting. Cool. So this is how we use else, and else if and if all together. All right. Now, these are now the keywords. These are the keywords. And there are also few keywords which I talked to you about was and there was or and not. So let's talk about that as well, but in the next tutorial. For this session, it would be this much. Play around this, try to add more condition. What if the person gives the negative points? What if the person gives fractional points, divisional points? Just whatever is in your mind, just try and check it out, because practice will only make you perfect. All right, on this note, I take a leave, and let's meet on the next video where we would be learning about how to deal with and, or, and not. Have a good day. Thank you.
Alright, great. Welcome to the next tutorial where we would be learning about and, or, and not. Alright. So I have actually told you a little about and, or, and not. But today I would be telling you something about the truth table. Alright. There is something which is known as the truth table. Let me just quickly create a Python file and I'll write down and, or, and not. Perfect. All right. And let me bring the pen to make you a little yes. Perfect. Now if I talk about and, what was the thing which you can recall? With and I gave you one example about that pizza and burger together. If I get both of them, then only I would be working, or else I won't be working, right? For that, let me make a table. Cool. Not really good at making stuff, but I'm trying my best. All right. So let's say, so we were talking about pizzas and burgers, right? All right. So let me take 4 conditions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. Perfect. So let's say this is pizza. Or maybe I could help you with better thing. That is a text. That is, I'm pressing Windows and dot, which will give me this, and I can just search for, I guess, pizza. Yeah, perfect. I have it. Wow, I wasn't even sure that I would be getting this. All right, let me just put this here. So I have this pizza, and the next thing which I want is, let's say, let's search. Do we have, all right, let's take the burger. I have both of the ones which I wanted. So if I have both, right now we are only talking about and, okay? Only we are talking about and. So what will be my response or the outcome? All right, that's what we need to talk about. Pretty big. All right, cool. So this is our response or the output. All right, I guess my response spelling is highly mistaken. So please ignore that for the moment till I correct it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we have the pizza, we have the burger. Now what's the next thing? We need to make the truth table. So let's say I get a pizza and I get the burger. That means I'll be working. Right? I need both of them to work. Remember that. So similarly, what we can do over here, that is, instead of these tick marks, I can simply write down zeros and ones. You remember what was zeros and ones? 0 was false and 1 was true, right? Yeah, false. So if I write down that I am getting a pizza and I am getting a burger, so I'll be working for you.
I'm getting a pizza, but I'm not getting a burger. That means I won't be working for you. Then again, if I don't get pizza and if I get burger, again, I won't be working for you. Last but not the least, I don't get pizza and I don't get burger, I'll definitely not work for you. So, this only is true when you have both the things together. All right. So now let's actually take an example. This is actually known as a truth table, which I have shown it to you in front right now. All right. So I'll just keep this whole thing aside for the moment so that we will work on this again when we will be working about or. So let me quickly just clear this part. Uh-oh. All right, never mind. I can make that again. So now let's focus on this and thing. All right. So let's say I'll take a equal to 7. Okay. So if, carefully look at this, what I'm writing. If a is greater than equal to 5 and a is lesser than equal to 10, that means it should follow both of the conditions together. If it is the case, then what should you do? If this is the case, what should you do? Print a is between 5 and 10, which is actually the case. But let's write down the other conditions as well. That is elif, because we have already learned elif. So what will be the condition for elif? Let's say a is lesser than 5. So I can simply write down print a is lesser than 5. Cool. Last but not the least is else print. What do you need to print? You need to print a is greater than 10. All right. So the main focus was and over here. Okay. The main focus was and. So now if I run this, see, a is between 5 and 10. Let's take a -7. Have a look. And it will say it's lesser than 5. And if I take 17, then it will tell me that it's okay. So it's -17. Let me just remove minus. And it's greater than 10. All right. Silly mistakes happen sometimes while looking also. So yes, it was -17. That is the reason it was showing a is less than 5. But now it's 17. That's the reason it's greater than 10. Now let's talk about or. Okay. So I'm just quickly commenting this and cool. So again, making the truth table for or. I'll be making it for or. All right. So that you understand it better. So for or, what do you need is either of the one should be true. All right. That means here it is. Cool. Let me make the boxes. Yeah. Perfect. All right. Lovely. Great. Amazing. Cool. So now let me just use annotate. Let's say you have a pen and a pencil, or the same example which I gave you. This is pen and this is pencil. All right. So all right, so we have pen and the pencil, and this is the output. What is the output? It's if you can write. So let's say for the pen, yes, I have the pen. Yes, I have the pencil. Definitely I can write. Let's say, yes, I have the pen, but no, I don't have the pencil. Still I can write because I have the pen, right? Next, if let's say I don't have the pen and I do have the pencil, still also I can write because I have pencil also, right? Last, if I do not have pen as well as I do not have pencil, it's no way I can write from fingers. So the output will be no. So that's what I said. You can say anything to or. It can be yes, no, true, false, 1, 0, on, off, anything. All right. So these all are basically the Boolean values. All right. So now let's quickly do a program on or as well. All right. So now last time what did we do? We just took one favorite cartoon, right? So let me just quickly go back to that. Yes, perfect. I'll just copy this to save a little bit of time, but you all should practice. Okay, cool. What I'll do, if favorite cartoon is equal to Doraemon, or either or. So you have two options now. All right. So let's say I'll write over here again, favorite cartoon is equal to Tom and Jerry. Cool. If I write Tom and Jerry. So if the person comes and write down either of them, I love this show too. Instead of them, I can write down I love Doraemon and Tom and Jerry. Show 2. So you need a double equal to. All right. Now if I click on the and click here, so it is asking for one of the cartoon, and let me just write down Ben 10. It was 1-0. Good choice, but I like a different show. All right. And now let's actually test with Doraemon. Doraemon. I love Doraemon and Tom and Jerry too. So if you would have written Tom and Jerry, then also it would have worked. All right. So I'll write down Tom and Jerry. And now there is one catch over here which I want you to think a little bit about. That is, if I write Tom and Jerry, now everything in small letters, right? We will learn about this very soon when we will be learning about strings, but I want you to just think on this because I have discussed a little bit about this previously as well. So, Tom and Jerry are in caps and these are in small letters, and these two things are different for the Python, exactly like the variables. If I write capital A equal to 5 and small a equal to 5, they both are different variables. Exactly the same things happen over here too. All right. So this was about or. Now, last but not the least, let's also talk about not. So if I talk about not, it's just the opposite. All right. It has only two values. Again, that is 0 or 1, or it is also known as binary. I'm sorry, it is also known as unary because it has only one thing to do with, only one condition, that is not. But the rest, if I talk about or and, it already always had two conditions. That is the reason they were known as binary operators. So you should remember that or and are known as binary operators, whereas not is known as unary operators. All right. So now let me actually show a little bit about not. So let's say a is equal to 5. All right. And now if not, remember this word is a keyword. Okay. So if not a is equal to 5, print inside if block. Else, oops, print inside block, inside else block. Okay. I'd highly recommend you to practice with me because it is much more easier to practice with me because I'm really going with a good pace. I'm not rushing. Okay. So what do you think would this do? Let's say I run this inside else block. Not a equal to 5. Not a. That means this should be, we know that a is equal to 5, right? But I'm saying not. That is the reason it's saying it's inside else block. If I would have just said something else like 15, now it should be inside if block. I hope you get this thing a little. So basically what is not? Not is just the opposite. Opposite of true, that is false. All right. And now let's try one more last thing over here. That is if I write down something like if not a, not a, what do you think would be the answer? Any idea? Let's run inside else block. You have the value over here. If this would have been 0 inside if block, that means this condition is exactly. If you would have said that this condition is false, then you would be wrong. This condition, not a, is actually true because 0 is itself a false value. Okay, cool. So now practice whatever we have done till now. And let's meet in the next session where we would be doing some questions or related to if else mostly. All right. So have a good day. Thank you.
Hey, welcome again. So today we would be learning about nesting, nested if else. So what is nested? Nesting occurs when one programming construct is included with another. And nesting allows for powerful yet simple programming. It reduces the amount of code needed while making it simple for a programmer to find errors and edit it. Now, actually, let me explain you with a better example. And let me write down nested if else. Cool. So this is our new Python file where we would be learning about nested if else. And again, let's take a simple number. A is equal to 5. Okay. If A is less than equal to 10, and let's check one more condition. If A is greater than 3. All right. So you need to print A is between 3 and 10. Sounds cool? Else, it's lesser than 3. That's only what we can figure out over here. And we have done one if else, where we need to also work with the another else. That is for this if. All right. So now let's talking about else. Print. Oops. Yeah. Print A is greater than 10. All right. Now let's just quickly run this. See, A is between 3 and 10. Perfect. Right? It's between 3 and 10. All right. Now, what's the next thing that you should know over here? Let's change the number. Let's run it again. A is greater than 10. That is, it's working perfectly fine. And there is this if inside this if. Similarly, there could be another if inside else as well. No doubt. Actually, let's do something. Let me tell you which block belong to where. That is, there is another indentation over here which you see. It's because of this if. All right. So whenever you press enter after this, you already get an indentation. That means you start from here, and whatever is exactly parallel to this belongs completely to the if. All right. And whatever is there in this if belongs inside, which is there in this level of indentation. And if I talk about else, it goes for this indentation level. That means only this line belongs to the else. And last else which you have over here is for printing it is greater than 10. This belongs to completely a different block. All right, so this was a little about this. Now let us actually do a real program to get this thing much more better. All right. So now the question would be something like you need to ask for the age from the user when the age is getting when the age has been taken input already from the user. You have to check whether the age is greater than 18. If it is greater than 18, you're old enough to drive a car. Else, if it is less than let's say lesser than 16, then you are old enough to ride bike, scooty, I mean cycle kinds of bikes. Or else you need to come back when you are much more older than what you are right now. So you can try this out once, all right, because this would be pretty easy. And definitely I'll tell you about this in the next video. But before that, I want you to try yourself for this one. All right, that's it for this video. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone again. So this is actually one question answer time, or you can say it's the problem statement solving video over here. So I want you to write down a program to take 3 numbers from the user and print the biggest number. And over here, you only need the concept of if, elif, and else. This was given in your question bank, right? So now let's solve it, and let's just create a new Python file for that. And let me just write down GREATEST, greatest of 3. Let me name this. All right. So what do we need? First of all, what do we need is that 3 different numbers, right? 3 different numbers which we would be comparing. So let's take num1, and let's let it be equal to int input. Enter first number. Let me just quickly. All right, we are taking 3 numbers up. So this is 2 and this is 3, right? Let's change this, enter second number. And then this is third number. Now see, you remember missing something? Do you see so many cursors? Over here, what you can do, whatever you want, you can write so many lines together. All right. So how did I do? I just clicked on the place where I want. After that, I pressed Alt, and then I pressed wherever I want, and I'll get n number of cursors. And now actually I can write anything I want. But the point is that definitely we don't need these many. So let's say if you by mistake click anywhere, you can just click back on those by pressing Alt, obviously, on your keyboard, and then just click on each of it and it will just vanish away. All right. And if you just click somewhere outside, all will go away. So fine. We have taken 3 numbers. Now we need to compare these, right? So let's say what should be the logic? Logic should be that, let's say we are taking the first number and then we are comparing with the other 2. So that means if num1 is greater than num2, with that it needs to be greater than num3 also, right? So let's take a and let's take num1 is also greater than num3. Then num1 is the greatest. All right. So let's store it. Largest is equal to num1. All right. Now, next, let's take else. We are not taking else. There are 3 conditions. So, LF. Correct. All right. LF, again, we need conditions, right? So let me just quickly take this down from here and put it over here. Instead of num, I'll be checking num2 with num1, as well as again, I'll be checking num2 with num3, and ultimately the largest, I'm storing it in the variable. You can directly print it as well. That is num2 is the largest, and else, one last condition. Without condition, I'm writing largest is number 3. Definitely, if number 2 is not the largest, number 1 is not the largest, then remains number 3, which could be the largest. And let's quickly print the statement, that is largest number is, now if I need to print a variable, I'll definitely come out of this and write down largest. And let's quickly run this and let's see what happens. Okay, it's asking for the first number. Let's enter 5, let's enter 6, and let's enter 2. So 6 is the largest, and it is the second number which we had entered. All right. So now do you get the point? If and elif, else, we have literally used almost many concepts what we had talked about before. So this was how you solve greatest of 3 numbers. This is all for this video. Thank you so much. All right, the next question which we will be solving today is to check whether the number is odd or even. All right, so we'll be taking a input from the user to check the number. All right, so let me just quickly create a Python file and I'll write down odd or even. All right, cool. So now I have a file made. Simply let's start programming. But before that, I would like to tell you a little bit about the operators, or basically the logic which is used over here. So what happens? I would first like to ask you, and I would also like you to tell me in the comments below that how would you approach while doing this question? Do you have any other approach or the new approach which you could think about? All right, so let's talk about our approach. You can actually pause the video before this and think a little about it and then come back again and we can do it together. All right, so now you have the number. Let's take an input first. Num1 is equal to int. Let's take an input and let's take enter a number. Cool. I have entered the number. Now I need to check whether this number is odd or even. So if condition, how do we find that whether the number is odd or even? There is a very good thing, very good rule, that whichever number ends with 2 or is divided by a divisible of 2, ends with the number which is divisible by 2, those are basically your even numbers, right? So let's do this. Num1% this percent sign doesn't indicate the percentage. Num1 mod 2, let's take it as equal to 0. Now what on the earth means this? Let's discuss it. right away. Let me just print fast. Print even. And oops. Else. Print odd, and let's try it out. Let's take a number as 56. It's an even number. But what on earth does this mean? All right, so let's just check it out, what it is doing. So let me take a number like print num. All right, let me take a number that is 56 again. Let me just use this and try running this. Oh, all right, let me just give 2 and press enter. Okay. And let me just, all right, perfect. Now if I run this again, this gives me a 0. Okay, let's try something. Let's try 57. All right, this gives me a 1. Okay, if I try writing 58, let's see what it does. It gives again a 0. That means this basically gives you the remainder. Now, if I do this, print this is equal to 0. All right, and let me just put this thing in here and try to run this. See, it says true. That means yes, this is equal to 0, which is remainder. We don't have a remainder when we divide 58 by 2. And instead, if we had written it 1, then it would have told me a false. All right. So basically, this shows you the remainder, and you are equating or you are checking whether both of the values on both the sides are matching to each other or not. And if it is matching, it will result in true, or else it will result in false. All right. All right. So let's just simply once more try out with the odd number. All right. For the odd number, I'll just run this code once again, and I'll enter over here as 51. All right, see, it says it's a odd. Definitely you can write this down in a much better way. Like this is odd number, this is even number, but practice is required. Keep practicing, have fun. This is all for this video. Let's meet in the next one. Hello, welcome to the new tutorial where we would be learning about loops. So my first question to you is that I'm giving you a question. Let's say if you had to print all the numbers from 1 to 10, what would you do? What's the first thing that would come in your mind? Most of the people would simply start writing something like this, that is print 1, print 2. There is no wrong in this. I completely understand that this is also the correct way. But the point is that why do you need to write this print statement so damn many times? It's completely working fine, right? Cool. But let me introduce you to the loops right now. All right. Loops is basically something that repeats itself. In programming, loops are created to repeat a set of commands. Every loop has a looping variable that controls the loop, and we update the value of this variable every time after a certain condition or threshold is met. And then the loop is terminated. let's understand this with an example. But yes, one thing you should know, that every language has two main types of loops. One is while loop and another one is for loop. Right now we would be working with the while loop, and I have named this file as loops while loop. All right, so now let's take the same problem which we were talking about, that is problem of printing from 1 to 10. All right, so now what you need to do is that if there was no such thing known as loop, then we would had to write 10 lines that I was showing you basically. Okay, so definitely
You would not like to write 10 lines together. Nobody would love to write that many times of lines because it's not feasible. It takes a lot of
time to do that, right? So let's know how to do it with the help of while loop. So do you see this while condition? I've already kept it written for you. While condition, the body, the statements, and then we write the update expression. So what is this condition? This condition is basically a Boolean expression. So we have to use a Boolean expression here. Every time the loop repeats, it checks whether the condition is true or not. If it is false, the loop terminates. All right, so while if this condition is true, then it will work. This is the block of the code which we would be writing. It will work, or else it will just terminate the loop and it won't work, whatever is written inside that. All right, then comes the statements or the body. So this statements is actually the body, that whatever we want to repeat several times, we would be writing that inside this. Then we have update expression. Update expression, to terminate the loop, we have to make certain condition for it, which is initially true and later it becomes false. This is achieved by using a looping variable. Whole value we update in each loop. Now, for the question that we were talking about, printing 1 to 10, let's print from 1 to 10. I'll write down while. What's the condition? Before we start with while loop, there is also one thing which you need to mention, that is a looping variable. So let's say I is equal to 1. All right, so this is the looping variable. All right, now let's talk about while. While I is less than equal to 10, print. What do you need to print? You need to print I. This is the body. And then we need to update the expression every time. I is equal to I plus 1. All right. So this is how you work with while loop. Let me just quickly run this and show it to you. Have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's running till 10. But now let's actually see how this exactly works. Okay. So let me first just make this 5 so that it's easier for you to understand. See, it's running all the 5 numbers. Talking about plugins. So I had installed a plugin over here which was known as Prettyfire. Yes, see, Prettyfire Python. This was the one which was changing it. Lambda to lambda. So let me just do something quickly. Let me just oh, do I not have the way out? All right, never mind. I wanted to actually show you how to install it again, but I guess, never mind. You have seen how I searched it, right? In the settings, it's plugins, and then you have to just search for Prettifier, and once you search for Prettifier, you'll get that, and you can simply just click on install button over here, and that's it, how you do it. All right, now like coming back to this, how we work with this, let me just take out the annotate thing over here. So I guess you can see my pen. Yes, perfect. So how is this working? First of all, this is our variable, right? This is our variable, which is equal to 1, right? So this variable, it's equal to 1 for the very first time. Now, while I is less than equal to 5, while I is less than equal to 5, if I talk about the condition is now true. I is definitely less than equal to 5, right? That is 1. So my first condition is 1 is less than equal to 5. And this is definitely a true. So it will print 1. Now it prints 1. After it has printed 1, it will change its value. So what will this do basically? This would, what is the value of I? I is 1. What is here? Plus 1. I'll just add 1 over here, and now this is 2. Cool. So now the value of I is updated. That's what you mean by update expression. Now the value of I has been updated, and you go back again to this loop. Again, you would check for it. 2 is yes, less than 5. Now 2 is less than equal to 5. This is also true. It will print I, it will print 2 over here, and again it will increase the number by 1. That means 2 plus 1 is now equal to 3. So it was 2, I's values was 2 from previous updation, now it is 3. Again it will check, definitely 3 is also less than equal to 5. This also goes true. Same thing, again printed 3. Next comes to 4, that means 3 plus 1 is now 4. Now it will again check that whether 4 is less than equal to 5 or not. Yes, definitely it is, right? Now let's come to the next part, that is, after this value has been written as 4, we have I as 4 already, and we are adding a number over here, and this makes it 5, right? So 4 plus 1, when it is 5, it will again go to this to check the condition. After it is checking the condition, what is it? 5 is definitely less than equal to. Over here, this equal to sign is working. 5 is less than equal to 5. So this thing again stands true. Again stands true. All right. So now it will print I. That means it has printed 5. And then we have I is equal to I plus 1. That means it's now 5. I was 5 before. Now it is 5 plus 1, which is equal to 6, right? So now what will I do with 6? 6 goes in here. Now we check, is 6 less than equal to 5? Definitely this is a false statement. So what will happen? It will just terminate the loop. You remember I said that whatever is inside the block is known as indentation. As and when this condition becomes false, it will not go inside this loop anymore, and it will just come outside the loop, and it will just stop working. So that is how the while loop works. Okay. Now, since the condition, so basically what I said was that initial value is I. Every time it is compared by the condition, and we are increasing the value by 1, and Then when the condition over here is false, we just terminate the loop and you get this as the answer that is given by the compiler. So I would like you to make the table of 2 with the help of the while loop. Like pause the video, write down the table of 2, think about it, how to deal with it. What do you need to write down when you are writing down the table of 2? How you loop it? What should be the condition? What should be the statement? What should be the update expression? You need to think about everything. So I highly recommend you to pause the video. I'll be doing this after like a minute, but still pause the video. Try doing it yourself. It will give you a lot of confidence. All right. Before getting into the solution of the 2's table, what I would like to tell you is that what if I do not give this statement? Let me just quickly run the statement and try to run it again. See, you see infinite loops running. That means infinite number of ones you are getting and it's never ending ones. So this is known as an infinite loop. Okay. So if you don't have update expression, it will never terminate. This I will remain always as 1, and 1 is definitely always any day lesser than 5, right? So that is the reason this condition always remains true. Even there is one more thing. Let me just quickly stop this. And if I would have, okay, see, I've interrupted it. And yes, let me quickly just change this value to true. And print I, that means it will be printing the value of I, which is 1. So let me quickly run this. See, it's running an infinite loop, right? So what is this basically doing? That it will run till we manually do not stop it running, and it will be literally infinite. So update expression, what does it do? Basically helps you to reach that condition, and when the condition becomes false, it will simply terminate it out, and then it will start, like, it will just print whatever you want. That's it. Now coming back to the question, that was me writing the table of 2. All right, so if I need to write down the table of 2, what is the first thing that comes in your mind? All right, the table should start from 2. All right, that is also one thing. But with that, there is also one more. Let's write it till 10 multiplied by 2. So again, I write down while. Since we are writing the condition, that is I is less than equal to 10, print, we wrote I before, right? Now I'll write down I multiply 2. Okay, and we need to definitely update it. So I is equal to I plus 1. Let's check whether this works or not. Cool, it works great, perfectly fine. All right, now we can also add to make it look better. Now what to add? I can simply write down I, comma, and then I can write down this. This is a string. So let me use this sign. Let me use again a comma. That means 1 multiplied by, now let me write down 2 and give equal to sign and a space, and then one more comma is required. This helps to categorize how you will be writing different strings all together. You can also write this down all together, not an issue. So yeah, cool. Now if I run this code, have a look. Does it look cool? It looks perfect, right? So this is how you can write down the table of two. I would highly recommend you to think of another way to do this, because there is just not one way to do everything. There are several ways to do some things. So I want you to find out a different way and comment that down below. And this is it for the while loop. Next, we would be learning about the for loop. So I would really like you to practice while loop before proceeding to for loop with different examples like print from 1 to 10, print from 1 to 100, or maybe print the table of 15. Or you can also try printing the opposite direction thing, that is from 100 to 90, something like this. All right. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video. Till then, have a great day. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back again with another tutorial where we would be learning about for loops. All right, so we have already seen how while loop works. Why do we need update expression? Why is it so important? And what will happen if you do not write update expression? So that was something which we needed to think about. But now if I talk about for loops, let me just quickly create a new file and write down for loop. And now we have a new file in front of us. How do we write a for loop? So basically, if I talk about for loop, something looks like this. Let me just quickly comment this. Yeah. All right. So for there is a looping variable. You remember we talked about looping variable while we were working here. So this one is I is equal to 1 is a looping variable, right? Similarly so basically I would be here in iterable. Now, what is this iterable? Iterable usually means that something that can be iterated, or you can say looped, like you're continuously looping on it. Okay, so that's what is known. That is what iterable means. And then we have the body of loop. So the main thing which you should see over here, that we do not have any updation statement for our for loops. All right, so now let's do something. Let's just quickly jump in. But before that, one more thing, that you see this word over here that is in written. In over here is an operator that helps us to iterate over the object and extract one value at a time from it and then put it in the looping variable. This goes on until the sequence of the value ends. Thus, we do not need to separate the condition to terminate our loop. It will automatically end when it will reach the end of the sequence. And in is also known as inclusion operator. So this in is also known as inclusion operator. Do remember this. This is very important for your interviews. They can ask these things. All right, or maybe it can be asked in your school or college, wherever you are studying. This question is definitely important, whatever you're working on. All right, now let's move one step ahead in this topic. There is something that is known as range function. All right, So we would be using range function over here, and range function takes in 3 parameters, that is start, stop, and step. All right, so have a look at this. There is a function which is known as range. It has 3 parameters. This is start, it is stop, and it is step. All right, now start here is the value that we want to start our range sequence from. Then we have the stop, which we actually want to end the sequence at. Okay, and then step is how many steps we are taking basically. So you remember update, which we were giving the update. So this is basically the update thingy over here, and by default, if you don't write anything, it will just write down over here 1. That means if you do not give any number for step, by default it's 1. It will take 1 step at a time. Now actually I told you so many things right now, but let's do the same thing again, that is printing from 1 to 10, and let's see whether we can do it with for loop or not. All right, so what does it say? For looping variable over here, right? So for I, that is our looping variable, in, that is inclusion operator, range, this is the function. So let's start from 1. Let me first show you by writing 10 what happens, and then let me take a step as 1, which is updating every time. That is why we have 1, and then you have this print I, because we need to definitely print it, right? So now if I run this, have a look. Do you see it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I've written 10 over here. Now here comes the concept of what is stop and what is end. So can you tell me what is the difference between end and stop? Like, give it a pause, think about it, and come back soon. All right. So if I tell you that the movie stopped, that means you are somewhere at the middle of the movie. Still there is something left to go, right? But if I say the movie ended, that means it completely did end and there is nothing after that. I'm not talking about part 1, part 2, and part 3. I'm just talking about one movie. Cool. So it ended, that means the show has ended. Simple. Over here, 10 is not ending. It is stopping. That means basically this is a stop. As soon as Python sees 10, it's going from 9.99999 dot dot dot, and this goes on. As it sees 10, it will just stop here. So that is the reason you see 9 over here, because we are actually working with integers, not with floats. So simply, what do you see? You write down 10 and you'll get an answer before, because it is stopping at there. That means if you need to write down till 10, you need to mention 11 and have a look. There you go. 1 to 10. You have all the values. Now instead, if I write down 2 over here, then this will give you 2 steps. That is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Right? Cool. So now, what did we learn from here? That we can skip a. Alright. So let me just remove this and let's see what happens again. Alright. So let me just run this again. So it works perfectly well and it is giving one gap. That means we can, if we do not write any step, it will by default take it as 1. And let's try out one more case where I'll not be writing start. That means for I in range 11. And if I run this again, look, it's showing till 10. That means if I would have mentioned something like 5, that means it would have shown 1, 2, 3, 4. It's by default, it starts from 0. Okay. So that means if you do not mention anything at the beginning, that is 1 or 2, so this is start. Where do you need to start from? By default, it starts from 0. All right. So if we skip the start value, the default value is 0. That means if we skip the first value, our loop will start at 0. If we skip the start value, we have to skip the step value as well. Because if we keep the step, it will actually think as if it's the stop value. Okay, that is why. And the default value of step is always 1. We can only, the second thing which you need to remember, that is we can skip only the step value and write start stop values. The default that I already told you, the default 1 is only considered as the step value. So now you know about for loops. Okay, so you can try writing the different multiplication tables, division tables with the help of the for loop. All right, great. So let it be this much for this video. After this, we would be learning about the jump statements. All right, in the next tutorial. So I would like you to practice about writing down from 1 to 10 and 10 to 1 as well. So the first thing which we will be doing in the next session would be, we'll be printing from 10 to 1, and then we would be proceeding for our jump statements. All right. So that's it for this video. Have a great day. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the new session, new chapter where we will be talking about jump statements. But before talking about jump statements, I gave you one problem. And what was that problem? To to use the for loop from writing down from 10 to 1. Okay, so over here, what you need to do, I'm just editing over here quickly. 10 to 1. Starting point is 10, ending point is 1. Let's see if it is correct or not. And how much steps do we need to? What if I write 1? Will it work? No. We're going backwards. That's why we'll write -1. So see, we got it till 2. That means it works in the opposite direction also. If you need to go till 1, you need to write down 0. And now it works perfectly fine in the opposite direction as well. All right. So this was about the for loop. Now what we will be going to learn today is the jump statements. All right. Now, what are these jump statements? Are they jumping around? No. Created a file. Now. So we can use some commands to alter the execution of loop. Like something is going on, we are printing from 1 to 10, but let's say if I see the number 5, let's say there are 10 students in the class, they're moving in the line. All right. What used to happen when we were small? Our nails should be neat and clean. We should have a good ponytail. Not messy dress, it should be proper iron dress, right? So let's say the students are going in the sequence. Now I saw a kid who is in the messy dress, all right, or maybe his or her shoes are not polished. So what we'll do, we'll just take that guy out from the line and keep him aside. And then will let the rest of the people go from there. All right. So this comes in the continue statement. This is known as the continue statements. And there is also one more thing that is known as break. There are two kinds of jump statements mostly. One is break, another one is continue. So basically, we use this jump statements in the combination of if conditions, and when the certain conditions are met in the sentences, then we can see that how the break works. So break, it is used to break a loop in the middle of the execution. Okay, I'm working with the while loop right now, and I'll be writing right now from 1 to 10. All right, 1 to 9 or 10, anything. I is equal to 0. The looping variable will take while, then the condition I is less than equal to 10, then the colon. After this, I'll write down I plus equal to 1. This is completely equivalent. Whenever you see this, just think that this is I is equal to I plus 1. This is a short form of writing. Like you write TTYL, that is talk to you later, FYI for your information. Exactly like this. This is the short way to write I equals to I plus 1 or I plus equal to 1. Okay, back to the track. I'll write down if. I told you we have to write down these jump statements with the combination of if statements, right? So if I is equal to 5, then I need to simply, what do I need to do? I'll break. All right. And now after this breaking thing, I'll just print I. Let's see what does this do. All right. Let me just quickly run this code. See, what did it do? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I don't see anything, but I had this thing while this thing should have ran till 10, but something happened in between that it stopped at 4. Right? So let's see what happened. First time 0. After 0, it's saying that is 0 less than 10? Definitely yes, it is. It is increasing the number by 1. That means 0 plus 1 is now 1. If I is equal to 5, this is definitely not equal to 5. It's 1, right? So it is not breaking. It's coming to here, writing down 1, going back again. Then what do we have? The value 1. 1 is lesser than 10. Definitely yes. So 1. Again, I'll increment the value of 1. That means now it is 2. It will be printing 2. Similarly, this will go on for 3 and 4. Now, after printing 4, what will happen? That after printing 4, it will again go back here. And now it is I is equal to I plus 1. That means 4 plus 1. And this is equal to 5. Now see, if I is equal to 5. Now I is definitely equal to 5 now because of this updation statement, right? What it will do, it will just break. It will just break in the middle of the execution. And if this break statement would not have been there, it would have written from 1 to 10, right? So it has just broken the code from here, and then it has printed all the things which were before that. All right. So this code will only print from 1 to 4 because as soon as I becomes 5, the break statements take its effect and the loop terminates, skipping all the lines written below it. That means it won't print anything. That means it is not printing 5 because break statements stops whatever is, like, you're just coming out of it. That's it. You're just taking out of it. Now, yeah, skipping all the lines written below it, and execution is stopped. All right. Now, this was about the break, right? I told you there are two kinds. One was continuous and another one was break. So let me just quickly copy this whole block of code. This is break, and let me do the same thing for continue as well, but there would be only one single change. Continue is basically, this statement is used for skipping one particular iteration. Let's say the example which I gave you about the person with the messy shirt, messy shirt. All right, so definitely no one would like to say like that, so he will be taken out from the line. So let's just, instead of break, quickly write down continue. All right, and if I write this down and if I run this, just have a look what happens. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this boy went out, that means 5 went out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is printing 11 because it's changing over here. That is the reason it's printing 11. And after 11, when it goes to check this condition which is over here, why is the pen not coming? Yes, it will go back here and check whether 11 is less than or equal to 10 or not. Definitely it is not. So it will just terminate and just come out and just stop working at all. So this was about the continue statement. There is one more thing that is known as pass. Pass is mostly used when you don't really want to write down anything. All right. So what do I mean by that? That is, if I write down something like this, if pass, and if I run this, nothing is changed. Everything you find is just, it's not giving me any error. So basically, if you need to write down something, and let me just type it. If I is lesser than equal to 10, pass. I'm thinking what to do when it is lesser than 10. I want to know what to do with it. All right, so yeah, cool. And if I run this, it won't give me any error. But if I would not have written this, and if I would have just run this, it would have given me syntax error, that there is something missing out here, unexpected EOF, that is end of file error over here. All right, so that is the reason pass. If you don't know what to do for the very moment, you can just pass it. Don't use this everywhere. You can make this like when you're working with a very big program or something, then it would be used immensely. But right now, let's work normally. All right, now you have a simple task to do. I want you to print hello for 5 times for a quick revision. So I want you to print hello for 5 times, both with while loop as well as the for loop. All right. So that's it for this session. Try it out. It's very easy. Let's meet on the next session. Till then, have a good day. Thank you so much. All right. Hey guys, welcome back again. Today we would be learning a little bit much more in depth about loops. But before that, I would really like to give a small recap of whatever we have done. There are 2 types of loops. One is while loop, another one is for loop. We use the for loops when we know the number of iterations beforehand. And for the for loop, there is this in operator to check the inclusion in an iterable like range. You're using the range function, right? There are also a few jump statements which we know about now. One is break, another one is continue. All right. So now let's talk about this new concept that is known as nested loops. All right. So let me just quickly create a new file, that is nested loops. All right. So we have this nested loops. What are this nested loops? Exactly. I'm sure you remember there was if else, nested if else, if you remember about it. You had if inside if. Now you will be having a for inside for. That is what a nested loop means. All right. So let me quickly write down a piece of code for you so that you could quickly relate. So for I in range, let me take 5, print I, and let's take another variable for j in range. Let's take 5 again and print j. Cool. Any idea what this would have, like, what will this do? Okay, let's try it out. Let me click on the green run button. All right, I don't understand what it related, but I do see something like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then there is 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, I don't understand. But I can see that something is happening and I am getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's arrange this a little properly. So, what is this print? Have a look. If I keep my mouse on the word print, it's giving me about print. What we can take, there is something known as step. There is something known as end. There is something known as file. There is something known as flush. But let's now just have a look at end. What is end? End is an argument which we can pass, and let me just write down end is equal to, and let me just give a simple space and let me run this again. All right, I see 0, 0 together. Why don't let's add this to the other one also. Now I'm sure you would be able to understand what's going on. So let me quickly just give a comma and end is just with a space and run it. All right, now all of them are in the same line, and let me just print without anything. And if I run this, cool, what do I see? What do I see? Let's print one more to make, like, get a little bit more clarity. Okay, cool. All right, this would be perfect, I guess. Yes. So do you see this 1, 2, 3, 4 printed over here? And we have certain numbers over here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is printing a kind of a pattern over here, right? This is printing a kind of a pattern. Let me run this one last time for you so that it becomes a little together. So 0. How do we get this 0? Let's actually add something to this. That I'll write down, this is I. This is I, and let me write down with J that this is J. All right. Now let's understand a little bit more better in a better way. So 0j, this is the value of I, this is the value of I. So it's going 5 times from 0 to 4, and this is also going 5 times from 0 to 4. That is our j. All right. So I hope this might be a little clear to you. What is it doing? It's running 2 loops together, and one loop is inside another loop. Or maybe I could simply just write down one thing to make life easier, to print j for 5 times. And it did write, it's writing 5 times j, again it's going, again it's writing. So it's a good job. All right. So now what I want you to do, I want you to really explore this thing a little bit more and try to work with this. And we would be doing few practice questions in the next section. Till then, have a good day. Thank you so much and keep practicing. All right, welcome back again. So now I told you we would be doing few of the questions today where we would be learning more about loops. So my first question, practice. Loops. Okay. So my first question would be that you need to accept a number from the user. That means you need to take an input and calculate the sum of all the numbers from 1 to given number. All right. So for that, let me just quickly write down the question for you over here. So it's in front of you. All right. Accept a number from the user and calculate the sum of all numbers from 1 up to the given number. That means you need to go up to the given number. So what do we need over here? It would be easier if we do it with a for loop. All right, cool. So the first thing, let's take an input. Definitely, as this is a number, I'd highly recommend int should be taken, or else it would take it as a string. All right, I have taken the input. Now let's go to the next line. Now I need to go from 1 to that number. Let's first do that. So for I in range from 1, what do you think we should write over here? Should we write n? Because I have taken the input from the user, right? So it should be n. No. Do you remember? We need to always add 1 to it because of the steps like stop and end, the difference. If you haven't, do revisit the loop section again so that you understand it much more better. All right. So n plus 1. If we write n plus 1, that means whatever number we are giving, it should actually go up till there, and n plus 1 over here basically would be exchange of stop and end. All right. Now just quickly, for the time being, let's just print and see what happens. I'm printing I and quickly looking at it. So I run this code. I got a place to write something. I wrote 5, and from 1 to 5 it has given me the value. But if this would haven't, this wouldn't be 5. This wouldn't be reaching till 5 if this would have been just the n. All right, let me just show that to you as well. So if I run this, have
Oh, yes, please. Okay, cancel. Let me stop this. Okay, it wanted an input. So let me just write 5 and 1 to that. See, this was the problem. I did not give in any input and I was just thinking what happened. Give a number. Right now, if I run, definitely it will run fine. I give a number and then just press enter and it ran and it gave me the number, but it did not give me till 2 because I wanted to the given number.
All right, great. So what is the question now? Sum of all the numbers from 1 to the given number, right? So for that, let's take another variable. And the another variable, I'll name it as answer. So answer is equal to 0. Full. Now answer is equal to 0 is fine. But we need to increment it also. Like increment it, that is increase and store it, not the update statement, which I'm really talking about. But yes, it is a kind of a update statement. So I'll write
Down answer is equal to answer plus I. Okay, answer plus I. Now, why did I write this? What's happening over here? Let me just switch this back to 1. All right, and quickly run it. And let me just give a small number over here, that is 4. That means it should be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. That goes to all right, now it should run. Yes. And if I give a 4, it's giving me 10. And it's showing me all the iteration. 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10. So let me just remove that and finally print the answer of the number which I want, that is 4. That means 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. All right. So this is about accept a number from the user and calculate the sum of all the numbers from 1 up to the given number. Now let's talk about the second thing. So in the second one, I want you to, this would be your task. Okay. So what I want you to do is that I want you to do the multiplication, right? We have done the addition thing over here. So we'll now accept a number from the user and calculate the product of all the number from 1 to the given number. This will be your practice question. Practice question. Basically this, but instead of sum, you need product of that number. All right. So yeah, I'd really like you to do this, solve this, and submit the answer, or you can maybe comment it so that I can just have a look at it. All right. So that's it for this video. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Practice well.
all right, welcome back again. So now I told you we would be doing few of the questions today where we would be learning more about loops. So my first question, practice. Loops. Okay. So my first question would be that you need to accept a number from the user. That means you need to take an input
and calculate the sum of all the numbers from 1 to given number. All right. So for that, let me just quickly write down the question for you over here. So it's in front of you. All right. Accept a number from
the and calculate
the sum of all numbers from 1 up to the given number. That means you need to go up to the given number. So what do we need over here? It would be easier if we do it with a for loop. All right, cool.
So the first thing, let's take an input. Definitely, as this is a number, I'd highly recommend int should be taken, or else it would
take it as a string. All right, I have taken the input. Now let's go to the next line. Now I need to go from 1 to that number. Let's first do that. So for
I
in range from 1, what do you think we should write over here? Should we write n? Because I have taken the input from the user, right? So it should be n. No. Do you remember? We need to always add 1 to it because of the steps like stop and end, the difference. If you haven't, do revisit the loop section again so that you understand it much more better. All right. So n plus 1. If we write n plus 1, that means whatever number we are giving, it should actually go up till there, and n plus 1 over here basically would be
exchange of stop
and end. All right. Now just quickly, for the time being, let's just print and see what happens. I'm printing I and quickly looking at it. So I run this code. I got a place to write something. I wrote 5, and from 1 to 5 it has given me the value. But if this would haven't, this wouldn't be 5. This wouldn't be reaching till 5 if this would have been just the n. All right, let me just show that to you as well. So if I run this, have oh yes, please. Okay, cancel. Let me stop this. Okay, it wanted an input. So let me just write 5 and 1 to that. See, this was the problem. I did not give in any input and I was just thinking what happened. Give a number. Right now, if I run, definitely it will run fine. I give a number and then just press enter, and it ran and it gave me the number. But it did not give me till 2 because I wanted to the given number.
All right, great. So what is the question now? Sum of all the numbers from 1 to the given number, right? So for that, let's take another variable. And the another variable, I'll name it as answer. So answer is equal to 0. Full. Now answer is equal to 0 is fine. But we need to increment it also. Like increment it, that is increase and store it, not the update statement, which I'm really talking about. But yes, it is a kind of a update statement. So I'll write
Down answer is equal to answer plus I. Okay, answer plus I. Now, why did I write this? What's happening over here? Let me just switch this back to 1. All right, and quickly run it. And let me just give a small number over here, that is 4. That means it should be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 that goes to ah, all right, now it should run. Yes. And if I give a 4, it's giving me 10. And it's showing me all the iteration. 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10. So let me just remove that and finally print the answer of the number which I want. That is 4. That means 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. All right. So this is about accept a number from the user and calculate the sum of all the numbers from 1 up to the given number. Now let's talk about the second thing. So in the second one, I want you to, this would be your task. Okay. So what I want you to do is that I want you to do the multiplication, right? We have done the addition thing over here. So we'll now accept a number from the user and calculate the product of all the number from 1 to the given number. This will be your practice question. Practice question. Basically this, but instead of sum, you need product of that number. All right. So yeah, I'd really like you to do this, solve this, and submit the answer, or you can maybe comment it so that I can just have a look at it. All right. So that's it for this video. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Practice well. Hello, everyone. So today we will be talking about different data structures. So what are the things we have learned till now? We have learned about data types, we have learned about loops, we have learned about several different stuff. What were the data types that we learn about? We learned about integer, float, strings, right? Now, these are also known as primitive data types. Now, let me tell you something about data structures. Okay, so the data structures are basically a very basic way to store primitive data in a structured way. So today we will be talking about lists. Okay, so let me just quickly rename this to list.py. Okay, cool. So what is a list? What do you understand by the word list itself? Can you tell me? Like, just think. So whenever you talk about list, for me, every time I just think about grocery shopping list or maybe any different kinds of ice cream lists. So what do you understand by this? That I'm talking about a set of similar or some kind of values put in together, right? Exactly. Over here also a sequence of numbers or any other data type stored together is known as a list. Okay, so there are different kinds of data structures: list, tuple, set, dictionary, but right now we will start with the list, and I'll definitely let you know about all of the other one after the in the sequential manner. All right. So first of all, let's see how do we create a list. Okay, so if I talk about creating a list, let me just write down Li. Okay, let me just make this a little bit bigger. Okay, I'm sure you would be able to see this properly. So let me name my list as list 1. Okay, list 1 is equal to, do you see these square brackets? This is how we start writing the list. So let me just quickly write down 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. Okay, I've taken now, like I have taken 4 numbers over here. You can just give the spacing better than me. Hopefully that would be much better. All right, so if I just press enter and try print list 1. Okay, so if I try printing this, see, it gives you this. Let me show you something else with this, that is type of the list. Okay, there you go, you have the type. Oopsie, sorry. And if I run it again, have a look. It says it's a class list, right? So this means that whenever I write down the lists, we have to use the square brackets. All right. Now, this will allocate a large block of memory that can store all the values which we are putting in. Okay. So I showed you how to make the list. Now you see 1, 2, 3, 4. There is something which is known as index. So I'm sure you know about the contents in your book. What do you see? Contents basically have the first chapter, second chapter, third chapter. Before even the first chapter, what do you have? You have some acknowledgement or some stuff, right? Before chapter starts. So exactly over here also, if you try to print these stuff, you would be able to do that. Now, all the sequential data types are actually indexed. That means there is a number associated with each value, which tells us the value comes first in the list, or maybe second in the list, or maybe it comes later, so that we can access the value they store. And always remember the indexing starts with 0. Okay, I'm sure you might be a little confused what exactly I'm talking about. So let me just try writing something. Print, I'm writing list 1, and then again I give this brackets, square brackets, and I'm writing down 0. And I'm just simply running this. Do you see 1 written over there? Let me just quickly just show you. Okay, and instead of 0, I'll write down 1 instead of okay, so accordingly you will be getting 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3 and 4. You see this? Okay, now let me just try writing 4. And this, what do you think this should do? This should give us an error that list index is out of range. We only had 4 values in the list. That's the reason it worked for this 4, but we do not have anything else after that. That is the reason it's saying that I don't know what you're talking about, man. It's just out of my range. Okay, so like this, you can access the elements which is present in the list. Now there is also one more thing that you can do, that is, I'm just putting it over here, that is -1. What do you think this should do? I'm just quickly running it for you. See, it shows 4. That means there is also something known as negative indexing, where you can just go back in the backward manner. If I write -3, can you tell me what would you get? So you got a 2. -1, -2, -3. Right? Cool. So this is the very basic about list. Now, I told you at the beginning that you can store anything. You can store any data type in the list, right? So let me do that. Let me take a list 2 now. Let me take list 2 and let me just quickly, quickly let me just add few string. Python is, okay, let me take different languages name. C++, then I would take C, then I would take Java, then I would take Go, then maybe I can take Ruby. Okay, so these are the different languages. Now let me just quickly print list 2 and I'll just run this over here. So see, what do you get? You get all the elements which is present over here, right? Whatever I have put in. Now, what if I want to see that how many elements are present in my list? For that, there is a function known as len, L-E-N. Okay, length of the list, L-E-N. We'll be just using 3 words over here. So I'll just quickly print len list 2. Okay, so now if I try to run this, see, it's telling me there are 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. So there are 6 elements in my list 2. Just not that, if you want, you could have also, let me just paste this, and instead of C++, maybe I can just use this, or maybe I can also use 4.2, and let me, instead of 2, let me make it 3, and let me try running this. This is just to show you that if it works in diversification manner, that is different data types or not. Okay, so now let me just run this code. Have a look. It works. That means that you can use any values inside your list. Lists are dynamic in nature. Okay, what do I mean by dynamic? That you can add or remove values from the list. So right now I showed you the length of the list, right? So now let's do few functions on the list and let me show it to you. So let's take list 3 itself and let's add one more thing to this. Okay, so in list 3, list 3 dot append append. What do you want to append? Append my name, maybe Simran. Okay, and if I again print list 3, so let me just run this, have a look. Now my name is here at the end. So by default, when you enter something or append something in the list, it will always go inside in at the last position. Okay, now let me just try popping out. That means pop is used to remove the value from the list. Okay, so let me just write down list 3 dot. You see, there are so many things that you can do with the list. Whatever you see, these are the methods that is already there. These are the functions which you can use. But right now, let's write down pop and just let's see what it does. Does it do anything or not? And let me also print the list tree. There you go. So the last element. It took out the last element. If I do this thing once again, it'll take out one time more. See, Ruby. It took out the Ruby. So what's happening over here? It pops out the element. Okay, now it always pops out the last element if you do not write anything. Let's say if I mention this as 1, any idea what will this do? Okay, let's run and see. It works fine and it removed 4. That means if you write down this number over here, it will work as the index. Okay, so if you want to remove any particular element from the list, you can just write down the index of that particular element, or you can also just simply write down pop if you want to remove the last element from the list. By the way, there is also one more method which is known as remove. So let's see what do you mean by remove. So if I write down list 3 dot remove and let me remove go. Okay, and let me remove go and print list 3 again. list 3. Okay, and let me just run this code. So see, what did it do? It removed go. So if I need to remove it by the word, by the string or anything, you can also do it in this way. Okay, by the way, note that the list can contain more than one same value. If we use remove method, it will only remove one occurrence of it. Like, what do I mean by what I said right now is that, let's say I have Python here as well as I have Python over here. Okay, so oh no, I should have done it over here. Okay, cool, I'm adding it over here. Now if I try to remove Python from here, have a look what happens if I run this code. See, I removed Python in the last go, but still it gives me Python. You know why it gives me Python? Because it will only remove the one occurrence. It won't remove all the occurrence from there. Okay. So now let's proceed with the new method over here in the list, that is insert. Insert. It is used to insert an item at the specific index. Now let's say in the beginning I want that in list 3, I'll insert in and I got insert. The first thing which should be there is the index. So I want it at the first position and I will insert hello world. Okay, and let me just quickly again print list 3 and run this. Have a look. It has inserted it in the first place. If you wouldn't have written this, if by chance you wouldn't have written this and had run this, see, this insert expected 2 arguments. It takes up 2 arguments, but it has got 1. So that's the reason you need to give the index. Okay. So now the position will be changed since I have made it at the second position. 0 means 1, 1 means 2, because the indexing in the list starts from 0. Remember this. This is very important that the indexing always starts from 0. Okay, cool. So I'm sure you remember about len. So I can just write down print len list 3, and if I run this, it will just give me the value of how many elements are present in my list. Now there is also something known as max and min. Okay, max basically returns. Okay, let me just take down a list. Okay, this is my list L, and if I want that want the greatest number which is present in the list, what I can do is that I can print max L. Okay, let's see if it works fine or not. Yes, it does. It's giving me 77. And instead of max, there is also one more function, definitely the opposite. I'm sure you have guessed it till now. That is min, the minimum. That is, yes. So see, it's giving me both value, which is the maximum, and value, that is the minimum. Okay. So these were the different functions, the important ones definitely, which you should know about list. There are a few more things that you need to know about list. Let's cover them one by one. But before that, I would really like you to think about how would we use for loop on the list. What do I mean? So you see this L over here. What I want that whenever I'm printing the values, it should go something like this. 1, 2, 3, 22, 77, 10, like this. So basically, I want you to print it like this. Any idea how would you do that? What is the name over here? It's L, right? So what I'll do, how do we write a loop? I'm sure you can recall it. I'm talking about a for loop. So what I'll do, for, let's take a variable I in, what do we use? We use range. But over here, you see that you already have a particular range defined. You have number of elements fixed inside the L. So that is the reason what you will do over here, you'll simply write down L and you can print I. Okay, and if I run this, have a look. I guess I should write down print okay. Yes, now I can run this. All right, so see, cool. Do you understand? So over here, what's happening, I have a list and it's just a case. You would be needing this later a lot, but right now, just for your understanding how to use a for loop with the list, I am using this. So what I'm doing, I'm taking a variable. This is a looping variable. In, just because you have a defined length over here,
I'm not using the function range. I'm just simply writing down L. Okay. So for I in L, what I'm doing? I'm printing I. So I is the iterable, right? Like you are iterating with I in the whole list. So first it will write 1, then it will write 2, then it will write 3, exactly like how it is doing it over here. Okay, so this is about how you can use a for loop for the list. There are definitely many more things to do with the for loop, but for the timing, you should just play around this thing so that it would be easier for you to understand. Now, I'd really like to give you a small challenge. So after listening to the question, please pause the video because I'll be solving it right now as well. So you remember taking in inputs, right? How do we take inputs? So we can ask the input from the user and make a list as well. That what are the different inputs that I have asked for. Unlikely we were just storing it one thing in the variable, we can now take a whole list from the user. First of all, we need to know all the numbers of the values the uh, user want to insert in the list. Let's say user want that I will insert 5 things in the list. So that is the first thing that you need to know. The question was that how will you accept all the values in a list from the user? Pause the video, try it out, and then I'll tell you how to do it as well. Alright. I hope you tried. So let's see. So I was talking to you about how we take in inputs, right? So we can ask for input from the user and make it a list as well, as I said. So first of all, we'll need to know the number of values user wants to enter in the list. So we will ask the number, how many number you want. And after that, we will just put a loop and ask them again and again that many times which the user said. Okay. So let me just quickly demonstrate what I mean. So I'll write down over here user list. User underscore list is equal big. Obviously at the beginning it would be empty because I'm taking it from the user, right? So now I told you what's the first thing, that is how many elements should be there in the list. For that you have to take in an input. So let's say n, and I'm asking int input because definitely number of elements in the list. Okay, number of yearly NENTS in the list. Okay, enter the number of elements in the list. Cool. Now n done. After this, after you have done this, what you need for I in range. Why is this range used? This is basically used to go till that number and ask in input from the user. So user input is equal to now what do you think? What should be the case? Should it be normal input? Should it be integer input? What do you think should it be? If you write down int input, then it will only take in numbers. Okay, so let's just take int input and enter the value, enter a value, a number. Okay, so that there is no more confusion. All right, now after you take the number, definitely you need to store it somewhere, right? Or else what will happen, it will just refresh it once again when it uh, goes inside the for loop and again runs the code, right? So if I write down val, let's not take val, let's stick to this. My name was user list dot append is the function where we can add, right? So we will use this and we will just write down user input. What do we need to append? We need to append the user input, whatever we have taken. Now let me just print. What do I need to print? I need to print the list, right? So what's the name of the list? It's user list. So now let me just run this code and let's see if I have done it correctly. Okay, enter the number of elements in the list. Let me enter 5. Enter a number 4, 6, 8, 4, 1 more, 6. See, it took all the numbers and it put it in the list and it is showing in front of you. Right? There are a lot more functions which you can do. I've just shown you a few like append, pop, delete, remove, but there are like n number of functions. So it will definitely altogether all things are not required. You can, whenever you need something, you can definitely search for it, but I have taught you the main things which is required when you what you should know about the lists. Okay, so this is very important again because this is a very unique thing which you should know, that how to take user input inside the list. So you can just use this list and do many things. All right. So now let me just sign off from lists because basics of lists I have covered. Next, we would be learning about tuples. Okay, so let's meet in the next section. Till then, play around whatever we have done, and if you have any doubts, you can simply ask. All right, so have a good day. Hi, welcome to this new session where we would be learning about tuples, whatever you say. So we have learned many things about lists. There are many functions which we learned in the previous session where we talked about pop, append, remove, insert, and many more, right? So today, let's move to a new data structure where we would be talking about tuples. Okay, so now tuples is it's very similar to lists. Okay, tuples are very similar to lists in most of the aspect. They too store sequential data just like lists in an ordered manner. Okay, but first difference which I would like to mention over here about the tuple is that we represent tuple using these brackets. Like we used to represent list using these square brackets. Over here, we will be representing the tuples or tuples with the normal first bracket. Okay, so let's just take tuple 1 is equal to, let me take this. Now, tuples can also store heterogeneous data, like it can be an integer, a float, or it can be a string, anything. All right. So let me just quickly write down a few elements. So this is what I mean by heterogeneous type. Okay, and even as I told you, it's sequential, right? So definitely, I'm sure you remember about indexing, right? So let me just quickly show you. It's print tuple. Okay, let me, with this, let me print. I guess I should increase the size. Yep. Yes, this would be much better for you guys. Print the type. Okay, type of tuple 1. Yeah, this is the variable which we are talking about. All right, so let me just quickly run this once. So have a look. It says this over here, and type of tuple 1 is tuple, anything. Okay, now the next thing, as I said, this is sequential. So let's try it out if it works or not. So I'll just write this down. And you remember how we do indexing, right? Exactly like this, and indexing starts from 0. So see, we can access the element of the list. If I write down 5, let's see what it says. See, it says index error because we do not have anything at the fifth position or fifth index of the tuple. All right, so that's why it gave us an error. All right, now the only difference in the list and the tuples is that the tuples are immutable. That means once you have defined the tuple, you cannot add or delete any values from inside. That means if you have anything in here, like if I want to just, you remember pop, append, remove, these all functions which we used in list, this can't be used in this. Let's just try it out and just have a look. Like, let's say if I write down tuple 1 dot, see, it is not giving me the option as well. If I write pop, my compiler itself is telling me that there is some issue with this code, that there is nothing known as pop. Tuple has no attribute as pop. Let's see something from here. See, list 3, this is how we write down for list 3, right? Similarly, I did it for this one. So you do not have anything, any attribute in pop. All right. So this can't happen since I'm just typing it in over here quickly. Yep, I guess. And just cool. The only difference in the list and the tuple is that the tuples are immutable, which means once defined, you cannot delete or add or edit any values inside it. All right. Note, we cannot use any function. Okay. Now, yes, although we can use the len function, the max, the min on the tuple as the same way we did it for the lists. So simply we can just write down print dot len. So this is how we write down, okay? And have a look. There are 3 things in this, and length of the tuple 1. We just got it. This was just the intelligence of the compiler, which helped me to write down the code faster. All right. But at the very starting, I would not recommend you to use intelligence. Rather than, I would really recommend you to use, like, do a lots of typing so that it would be easier for you. Okay. Now, let's also try max and min quickly. So I'll just write down print. Let's see what it does. Max of what? Tuple 1, right? So similarly, we will have min of tuple 1. Okay. And let's quickly run it. See, what is it saying? It doesn't support. You can definitely compare these guys, right? So let me just change this to this and let's try. Yep. So what's the max? Max is 2.2 and min is 1, and it says it all right. All right. So now we have it all over here. This was very basic about the tuples. I guess if you know at least this much, it would be very easy for you. So let it be this much for this small session. I would like you to just go through all of these and practice a little. In the next session, we will learn a little bit more about the lists, the tuples, and what are the different keywords which we use, and a little bit about if statements for loops which we would be working. Slicing is there. There are many more things to learn in the next session. So let's end this session over here. Have a good day. Let's meet on the next session to learn few more fun stuff. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome to the next session where we would be learning about slicing. All right, so let's first take a list. So I am naming this slicing. Okay, so now over here, let's quickly make a list. List 1, which is equal to, let's take some of the fruits names. Okay, so I'll take apple, banana, kiwi, mango. We can also take melon, orange, maybe we can take cherry, oops, or maybe we can take grapes. All right, let it be this one, this much. All right, so why did I take so many lists? What do you understand by the word slicing? Slicing means cutting, right? So let's say I just want mango, melon, and orange from the list. Or let's say I want apple and banana from the whole list. So definitely we are not going to pop out everything. We can just try doing the slicing part over here. I'm sure you till now know about what exactly indexes are, right? So if I count, this is 1. Is this 1? No, this is 0. So we start from 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 in these indexes. That means I have written 7 fruits name. All right. So now if I want to do a small slicing, let me just first of all print list 1. Let me first just give the index. Let me print, let me see if this prints banana or not. It does, right? Now I want from banana to orange. So apple, banana, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the fifth one. Let's see if I write down 5, will it give me, I'm writing down colon. This means I'm specifying the range over here. Okay, so we are specifying the range from start. Where do we need to start from until where do we need to go? But let's see if it works or not. So if I click on run, see, it gives still melon. So I'm sure you remember the for loop. What happened in the range? It stopped there. That means as soon as it will start entering the 5, it will stop there. That means as soon as it recognizes that I am going to search for the 5th index, I won't count it anymore. All right, so this is how we do it. Now there are a few more things which I would like to share about in this. That is, let's say if I remove this, the one which was there, and if I try to run this, see, it'll give me all the fruits which is before orange. Now, what if I remove this as well? What do you think should happen? Everything will be printed from 0 to the last index. So basically, this means everything in the list. Now, there is also a few more things. There is also something known as negative indexing. If I write down -1 over here, it will give me the last word, that is the grapes. All right. And if I do something like this, I get everything but not grapes. All right. So you can just go play around and try to look what's happening whenever you write different numbers. See, I wrote -3, -1, -2, -3. Melon, orange, grapes. It's giving me all the numbers till the end. So this is about slicing. Okay, so let this be this much for this session. I'm giving you a small question over here to solve. Okay, I would really love you to solve these queries because it will help you a lot to do many more stuff. Okay, now there are few questions. One question is this: write a program to ask the user to enter 10 numbers and put them in a list and print maximum and minimum from the list. And I'm sure you know this if you have followed my tutorial on the list, right? Okay, now the next thing which I really want you to comment me below is that what is the difference between pop and remove? Okay, I would really love you to tell me if you know what is the difference between pop and remove. You need to comment this, okay? Comment it down below. Now, I'm giving you a list over here, all right? Use the slicing and print this second position. Okay, so I'm just putting it in front of you. So let's say this is your list. This is your list. Okay, now what you need to do is that you need to use this list and print the values from the second position, 0, second position, 1, 2, all of these. All right, you need to print all of these with the help of the slicing. So these are 3 things which you need to do. Pause it, try to solve it, comment it down below, and let me see if you can do it perfectly, or do you, how you do it, like do you do it in negative indexing or do you do it in positive indexing, how you solve it. I would really love to see that. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video where we would be talking about the rest of our data structures, which is set and dictionary. Thank you so much. Let's meet in the next session. Now, today we would be learning about dictionaries. I'm not talking about the dictionary which you have at your home where you search up the meaning, but it's quite a lot similar to that. But before that, I would just like to brief you that previously we have already worked on list, tuples, and slicing. So if you haven't seen those videos, go back, have a look at them, and then come back over here and we will start dictionary. All right, now let me just close this. All right, I'm sure you would be able to see it. So Python dictionary, if I talk about dictionary, Python dictionary is an unordered collection of items. Each item of a dictionary has a key value pair. So what happens in a dictionary? You have a word and the meaning, right? So similarly, over here, you will have key and value. Word, meaning, key, value. All right. So dictionaries are optimized to retrieve value when the key is known. Now, whatever I said, I'm sure you wouldn't understand that till we do the practical. So let me quickly just take a dictionary, and now comes these brackets, which were left out. So we won't let this bracket feel that it's left out. So we are using it in dictionary. So basically, I'll take a name, DICT 1. Okay, this is my name of the dictionary. We will be using this. Now look at this very carefully, how I write it. So I write down 1. I'll give a colon, and let me take this. Let me take, okay, I've taken my name. So this is a dictionary. All right, now I can just put a comma over here, write down 2, and over here I can write down let's say Ankit. All right, so these are two different names which I have stored in 1 and 2. Over here, 1 is key and Simran is the value. 2 is key, Ankit is the value. Now over here, you do not need to take 1 and 2. You can take anything you want. It can be completely a different string. But first, let me just show this to you. Then I'll make the changes. Some print dictionary 1, and let me just quickly run it. See, let me print the type and show it to you. All right, so now I'll just do this. All right, quickly I run it. See, class DICT, that is dictionary. All right, now I was telling you that you can find out something from the indexes. So in dictionary, we can, like, let's say if I write down print dictionary 1, and then in these brackets, if I write down 1, have a look what happens. It gives me Simran. If I would have written 2, this would have given me Ankit. If I will write 3, this is in, it says key error. I don't have any key like 3 over here. Now let me just change a little over here. Instead of this, if I would have written, let's say, 1. I couldn't think of anything better. Or we can put in the gender according to the name. So this is male and this is female. All right. So if I quickly just try to run this, there is no, I have to now over here mention female, definitely in quotes because it's a string. All right. So if I run this, I'll get Simran. And instead of this, if I will run male, I'll get Ankit. All right. So this is about how we can access the words in the dictionary. All right. Now, next, we can have mixed keys as well. What do I mean by mixed keys? Let's say I want another one over here, that is 1 or maybe 2, fine. Over here, I'll write down a list. That is first name. Let me put it as Doraemon. The second one can be Nobita. The third one can be Shinchan. All right. So now I beg your pardon if I have written something, some spelling mistake over here, maybe. So let me just quickly run this. You see, it's not giving me any error if I run it. So this is also treated as a, or you can again write down anything you want. All right. Now let me change this to 2. And let's see if it gives us the list. See, it gives us the list. SK is Simran Kumari. Don't get me wrong. All right. So this is how we access the values from the keys. All right. Now there is also another method. Like this was the indexing method which we were working with. There is another method where it is we use get, get, okay, to get the elements from the dictionary. So what we will do over here, we can just, okay, let me just quickly make another dictionary. That is my dictionary, and let me take name. Name. Let me take my name. Okay. I hope you all don't think I'm too obsessed with my name, but yes, I am, I would say. Now let me take age, and with age, I should keep it in numbers. So I take in 24. All right. So this is one of my dictionary. Let's just quickly try it out, whether it works fine or not. So I'll print my dictionary, and I'll try to get, you're using the get function and trying to get the age. All right. If I try to get the age and try to run it, see, I get 24 because the age over here written is 24. All right. So this is how we use the get method. All right. Now, if I try writing something else, like let's say I'll write ADDRESS, address. Definitely, we do not have anything known as address, so it will give me none. So this is something which is really different. Like if you would have written something like print my dictionary ADDRESS, then you would have definitely got an error, that key error. But if I talk about this, get, it'll say none. That means I have nothing known as address in me that is in my dictionary. All right. So you cannot use directly by index method to get that, but if this won't give you an error, it will give you a none if you are working with the get function. All right. So this is the very basic about dictionary. In the next session, we'll again continue about dictionary, where we would be talking about how we add the elements, change the elements, update the value, add the item, and everything, remove elements from the dictionary. All right, so let's meet in the next session. Till then, keep practicing. Have a good day. All right, so we are back again. Hello, everyone, where we would be talking about dictionary and its different functions. All right, so hope you have practiced all the previous videos. If you haven't, I would really request you to do that first, because we need to know about it. All right, so let me just comment these so that you don't have to, or maybe let me uncomment it and let me just make one more Python file, dictionary 2. All right, so over here we would be talking about the changing and adding elements in the dictionary. All right, so let's just bring back that my dictionary from here to here. All right, oops. All right, and let me just, yeah, perfect. I'm sure you would be able to see this now. So first of all, if I want to update, like let's say my age is not 24, my age is 100. I want to update this. So what will I do? First of all, what do we need? We need to update it. So what do we need to update? We need to update my dictionary. Which element do we need to update? We need to update age, right? And what do we need it to update it into? That is 100, right? Oops, I wrote double equal to, it will be single. All right, so if I write this, if I write down a is equal to print I am doing some issue. Right. Now let me just print my dictionary. And let's see if it is working. Yeah, see, the age has been updated. So this was basically for the updation. All right. Now the next thing which we need to do is to add the item. Add the item. Let's say I want to add my address over here. So what I'll do, I'll just simply write down my dictionary. What do we need to add? We need to add the address. So simply I'll write down the key over here, that is ADDRESS, and let me just write down a simple address like no way lane. Okay, no way lane. I live here. So again, if I try printing my dictionary, let's see if this has been added or not. So let me just quickly run it and see, I have my address added. So this is how you add something, add an item to the dictionary. Now, let's say if I want to now remove something. So there are many ways we can remove a particular item in a dictionary by using pop method. This method removes an item. We provide the key and returns the value. Okay. Then we have pop item, where pop item method can be used to remove and return an arbitrary key value item pair for the dictionary. All the items can be removed at once using the clear method. So there are many methods. Like we can also use the del keyword to remove individual items or entire dictionary itself. All right, so now let me just quickly remove the elements from the dictionary. But before that, let me just create a dictionary quickly, and let me just name it squares, right? Squares. Let me just write down squares, and simply squares is equal to 1. What's 1 to the 1 square? 1. Okay. Then 2 square is 4. 3 square is 9. 4 square is 16. 5 square is 25. All right. So this is our dictionary over here, and let's just remove one element, and let's use pop for that. All right. So for that, what we'll do, I'll just simply write down print squares dot pop. Which element? I want to pop the element 4. So what has been popped now? Squares, and from squares, the 4 has been popped now. So let me just quickly just try printing squares, and let's see if it works or not, if it has popped it off or not. See, we do not have it. That means it has popped 4 and 16, the whole key value, both. Now, there was one more function which I told you before, and it was known as pop item. Pop item, item, item. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll quickly just try using that as well. See, pop item is already here. Let me just write down 5,25. This is what we want to remove. Let's see what it does. Like we have given this, it'll give us an error. It takes no arguments. That means if you do any mistake, it will tell you what is your mistake. You need to understand Python. And what's popped? The last one is popped from here, which is 5 and 25. All right. And now if I write down squares dot clear, and if I print squares after this, have a look. It'll just give you an empty dictionary. But if I write down delete del, you remember I was talking about the el keyword. So if I write this down, and then if I write down squares, and if I try printing again, and let's see if it gives us an error. See, squares is not defined because at the end we are deleting the whole square and it doesn't recognize what exactly squares are. All right, so just going through it again, if you're writing pop, you need the key element. Key, this is the key, this is the value, this is 5 is the key, 25 is the value. Similarly over here, age is the key and the value against this is 24. All right, cool. So now I hope you understand this. Let's quickly proceed to the next part over here, that is known as okay, I told you about this as well. All right, so membership test, that is about membership test. So we can test if the key is in the dictionary or not using the keyword in. Okay, so I'm just quickly just taking this small dictionary from here and putting it over here again so that we can just quickly try out some membership tests over here itself. All right, so I'll just name SQ squares 2. Okay, squares 2 is equal to the same dictionary which was there. I'm putting it same over here, and let me just simply print 1 in square 2. All right, we are checking for square 2, and let me just try running it. See, true. Yes, I have something known as 1. Let me try with 45. Do we have this? No, right? So it will say false. That means we do not have it. We can also try one more thing, that is not in. Okay, if I write down not in, that means 45 is not in square 2, right? That is true. So it works fine, right? So this is how you do the membership test, that whether that key is present in the dictionary or not. All right, so now these were the few of the main topics which you need to know about in the dictionary. One more thing is there, that is for loops. Okay, for loops in, if I talk about dictionary, the for loops, how to use for loops with the dictionary. So let me just copy this, and we will be using this in the next section. Till then, practice this whatever we have done, and we will be meeting together in the next video. Have a good day. All right, hello. Hope you're doing good and hope you have practiced a little. Let me create another file where I'll say for loop dictionary. As I said, we will be working with the for loop and the dictionary. I hope this is visible. I have made it a little big. All right, so I'll write down, remember I copied it last time, so I'm using it over here. So squares is equal to 1 is to 1, 2 is to 4, all the square numbers, 3 is to 9, 4 is to 16, 5 is to 25. You can add as many numbers as you want, plug in. It's simply, you need to just play with these. All right, so now the next thing which I should write is the for loop, how you can iterate on the dictionary. So we will be using definitely a for loop for that. For I in square 2, I would just write down print. I'll simply first try to write down what comes in I. Okay, let's see what happens if I write this. I'm sure you understand why we have done this with respect to the list. If you have taken the list class, and if you haven't, I highly recommend you to do that first before doing this. And if I run it, see, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the keys it has mentioned. Now, if I write down something like this, yeah. If I write something like this, so this should be squares. My bad. So squares 2. All right, now if I try to print this up now, have a look. It's giving me all the values at the one side, all the keys at the one side. All right, this is one way. There are a few more ways where how you can explore this up. Let me just quickly tell you. So for I in squares2 dot items print I. Let's see what happens if I run this up. See, this is giving me something. So can I just print the type of I over here and see what it is? So it is a tuple. You see, this is a tuple. It was just a digit over here, just a number, and now it's the tuple. All right, so it keeps changing as and when required. All right, it keeps on changing is not the correct way of telling you this, but I meant that if I write something like this, it'll give me a tuple, and if I write something like this, it will just give me the digits of the numbers. All right, so this is one way. There is one more thing which you can try out, that is for I comma j in squares 2 dot. See, there are so many things over here. We have used items. Now let's use values and let's quickly print I comma j. All right, and there you go. It gives us an error. That means there is some issue with this. Let me just work with I first, then we will go with the next one. So yeah, see, have a look. It gives me the outcome scenario if I talk about the values, if we need to know about the values. All right, so this is how we iterate on the dictionary. All right, now there is one more thing which you should do over here, that is take up different questions with respect to all the data structures which we have already done, that is list, tuples, and dictionary. Next, what we will be doing is about set or sets. Okay, so that's it for the day. Let's meet on the next session and learn about set. All right, have a great day. Thank you. So today we would be talking about set, S-E-T, as promised. So I'm sure you might have learned about dictionary before. So it was an unordered collection, right? Over here, a set is an unordered collection of items. Every set element is unique. That means you cannot have any duplicate in set. Okay, let me just quickly make a new Python file name as set. Okay, and let me also make it a little big so that you can easily see it. All right, now yeah, so I was talking to you about set. So a set is an unordered collection of items. Every set element in unique is unique. All right, that means, what I mean by that we will not get any duplicates out of it. Okay, so however, set is mutable. We can add and remove items from them, but it is placed all in elements in all those curly brackets which I showed you before, right? So now let me just show you a small thing over here, that is, if we talk about set, we would be again using empty curly braces. That means creating an empty set is a bit tricky. empty curly braces are required to make a set without any element. We use the set function without any argument. All right. So let's just jump into set and let's write down a few codes. So simply, if I try writing something like this, my set 1, 2, 3, and let me write down one more 3 because one more 2, because you remember, if I said right now, that is, you cannot make any duplicates over here. Okay, so my set, okay, let's see what this does. It gives me 1, 2, 3. It omits the 2. That means the extra one, which is the repeated one, has been removed. All right, so this is how you do it, talking about set. Now definitely we cannot access set elements using indexing, but yes, we can do something, that is, we can set the mixed data types. Okay, we can set the mixed data types. And what do I mean by, what on earth do I mean by that, is that you can just add anything and everything you want over here, and if you run it, it'll work as it worked. Okay, all right, so we can also make a set from the list. Okay, you can do anything you want, definitely, you just need to work a little bit on it. You can also modify a set, okay, which we will be learning in the next session. Okay, you can remove and do many more stuff with it. So let's actually meet in the next session for this, and I really appreciate if you practice this little small thing, and let's meet in the next session. Till then, have a great day. Okay, great. Hello everyone. So this is a new tutorial where we would be learning more about set. Okay, so what was the thing that we learned about set? That is, you cannot have more than one thing. I mean, there can't be any repetition in the set, right? All right, so now let me just continue in this file itself. So if we need to create an empty set, this is how we create it. Let's say S is equal to set, and I write this. So this will create an empty set. Okay, now if I just simply type in print and I write S, and in the next line, let me just simply write down print type S. Okay, and let me just comment this down for a minute and run this. Have a look. This is a set. All right, so this is a set. Now after this, let's say if you want to modify a set are mutable. However, they are unordered, like indexing has no meaning. That's what I meant by it being unordered. We cannot access or change any element of a set using indexing or slicing. So the set data type does not support it. Now we can definitely add a single element using add method, or maybe we can add multiple elements using update method. We can even add tuples, list, strings, or other set of arguments in all cases. Okay, so let me just quickly show this to you. My set is equal to, I'll give these curly braces if I'm writing it down, and let me just write down this. let's see what it does. Okay, we're just testing it out so that you also have the clarity. Okay, so now let me just simply print my set and let me try running this. So see, it's working, right? Now, if I do something like this, my set, like I told you about indexing, right? So that's what I'm talking about over here. Print my set. Okay. And let me just run it. See, it will give you an error because we cannot count it. All right. Now, if we need to add an element, so definitely this doesn't work. Let me just quickly remove this. And now adding an element. So how do I add? I'll write down my set dot add. See, add. What's the element we want to add? Let's add 2 in this. And if I again try to run this, this is extra bracket which is present over here. You don't need 2 brackets. Okay. And there you go. Have a look. See, it was 1, 3 before, and after we use this add, now we have 3. Now we can also add multiple elements, I said, right? So for adding multiple elements, what you need to do is that you write my set dot update. Okay, you use update. Now in update, you can give multiple elements over here. So how does it look like? It's 1, 5, 8, 6. Let's see what it does. Okay, so let's just, okay, there is some definitely issue with this code, but let's find out. Let me just run it. Okay, int objects are not iterable. That means we have to add something to this. Let's add this and let's try running it. See, we have all the values over here and 1, 5, 8, all of them in a proper order, particular order. We have it. Okay. Now there is also, you can remove an element. That means a particular element can be removed from a set using the method discard and remove. Okay. The only difference between the two is that discard function leaves set unchanged if the element is not present in the set. On the other hand, remove function will raise an error in such a condition if element is not present in the set. So let me just give you a small example related to this. What I said right now is that 2 functions, discard and remove. Okay, so I'll just write down simply my set. Then I'll say dot discard. And what is the number? Let's put in 4 over here. And do we have 4? We don't have 4, right? So let's see what it does. Does it say any? It won't say anything, but it won't even remove anything because 4 is already not in the. Let me try out with 5. Okay, cool. It's removing 5, right? So I have used the method over here, discard, and let me just quickly use one more, that is remove. The other one, that is remove. Yes, remove 5 is already removed. So let me try and removing 6 over here, and let me just yeah, let me just print it again and let me just run this. Okay, cool, it works, right? It is removing that. So what was the difference that we told over here? Let's try doing this. Let me try using 4. Now let's see if it gives you any error. See that there is nothing known as 4 over here. So this is that is why I showed you in discard also, that will it give you any error or not if you write an element which is not present over there. Okay, so the main difference between this is that if you write down discard function, if the element is not present in the set, if you mention that number, it won't give you any error. But in case of remove, it will give you an error. Okay, so this was about the discard and remove. You can also check membership with the help of in keyword, as we did before in case of the other ones. So now I can just simply just do this for I in my set. This is, I'm just creating a for loop over here to print the values. Okay, and if I run this, whatever values I have in the I guess this will give me an error, so let me just quickly remove this and make this 6 so that it doesn't give me any error. Okay, cool. See, I have used the for loop. Now yes, this in keyword is basically used just like the membership one. Okay, so whatever is there in your set, all of them will be coming over here. All right, so this was about this was all about set. Very basic, but you need to practice so that you remember everything. All right, so let's meet on the next tutorial. Till then, practice all of these. I'll give you a question in the next one where you need to solve it. Okay, and we will be doing all together after the next video. All right, so that's it for the day. Have a good day and meet you in the next video. Hi, hope you're doing good and you're practicing well. So right now, I would be giving you a very small challenge regarding whatever we have done in last few days. One is about dictionary, another one is about set. Okay, so these are the two topics which I'll be covering in this one. So what do you need to do is basically you need to ask the user to create the dictionary. Okay, you need to ask the user to create the dictionary. Okay, and then what are the dictionary stuff you need to put in? You need to put in the name, you need to put in the parent's name, you need to put in the grade, address. Okay, so this is what are the things you need to ask in the dictionary. Okay, then what is the next thing you need to do? You need to access the actually let me just create one and let me put in the question over here. PRACTICE, practice. Okay, yep. So now let me quickly just write down the question. Actually paste the question. I have already written it down so that it won't be late for you. All right, so these are the things which you need to do, that is ask them to create the dictionary with the following keys: name, parent's name, grade, address. Then you have to access this name,
then you have to modify. That means you need to change whatever address you have already taken in at the first. Then what do you need to do? You need to add another key. You need to add one key. Remember, we removed key, we added key before in this dictionary when we were working with dictionary. So we need to do that. Then you need to use loop to iterate over the dictionary and print all the values. That means name should be printed, then the parent's name should be printed, then the grade, then the address, then the contact. All should be printed one after the other. And next, this is another question. Okay, so over here you have to create a set, create a set using a list. I'm sure you remember how we do it. Okay, we have done it before. So do it, create a set using the list. Then you need to remove this element that is 5, which is over here, and then you have to extend the set with these numbers. You can even add few more numbers, like any number. I'm just adding few numbers. You can take your own numbers, or I would suggest you to take these numbers at first and then practice again yourself differently. So this is only the question. Try to do this and comment down the answers below. We will be definitely solving this question in the next video. Till then, I would really request you to solve these questions, these 2 questions yourself, so that you'll gain a lot of confidence after doing this. So let's meet in the next video. But before that, make sure you solve this. Have a good day. Solving Python.
Hello everyone. So today we are going to study about functions. So let me first configure this. I hope you remember how to do it. Okay. Yeah, this is fine, I guess. And it works perfectly. Yes. Cool. That was the previous one. Let me just remove this, and today we will be learning about functions. So let me just rename this, and I'll rename this to functions. Correct. All right. So first of all, let's say if there is a simple machine where you give some inputs, what does it do then? The machine does some work and then you get the output from it. Work and then you get the output from it, right? So that's what normally happens. Over here, similarly, if I talk about the machine is the function, and there are some inputs which you need to give. Like let's say you're working with the mixer grinder. You need to grind something. The grinder remains the same, right? You just put in different items over there which you need to grind, and then what's the output is if it is the tomato, you'll get the puree of the tomato, right? So over here, similarly, the inputs which you give, they are known as the arguments. Now, the first and the foremost question which you'll be asking me that, hey Simran, why do we need functions? So let's say I write a piece of code where I'll be taking 3 numbers and it will be returning the biggest out of them. So we have done this code, right, with if else before. That would at least take me 6 lines of code. Now, let's say we had to do this multiple times in our program. Like, let's say every time the user is doing some kind of a calculation or getting getting some kind of data where he needs to find out which is the greatest number, what will he do? He'll keep on writing the same type of code again and again? Definitely not, right? So this is where we need the functions, and this is where the functions come in handy, where we can create the functions which will take in 3 values, just like those arguments, just like those tomato we were talking about, that we are giving tomatoes as the input. Over here we will be taking values in the input. Okay, and then we will return the biggest number or the biggest output, whatever it is, to them. That means I'll return the puree as the output. All right, so now what I told you, this is known as a function, and this would take us to add only 1 line. Okay, let me just simply write down something over here. That is, if I talk about general syntax, how functions look, so I'll write down def function name, and then over here you give whatever you give is the arguments. Okay, these are the arguments. Okay, so for the timing I'm just removing this, and instead I'm writing nothing. I'm just leaving it as it is. Okay, and if I write pass, do you remember what pass does? Yes, it just, I hope you can see it. Cool. So pass basically makes your code run without making it do anything, right? So if I try to run this, it just runs, nothing happens. All right, coming back to the function. So this is a function which I created. Let me just write down a small thing over here, that is adding of 2 numbers. Okay, so I'll write down whenever a print 2 plus 5. Okay, I'm just writing it down for the time being. And if I need to like do some call this thing, I'll just function name, I'll just use this, I'll just use this word. This will make this code run, and you will return, you'll get 7. This is the printed value. Okay, this is the printed value. This is not returned value. I'm printing 7 over here. All right, and for that I have to call the function wherever it is required. I'll come back to it, but before that I want you to know that there are 2 types of functions. Now first is this one which I was just talking about, and the second is which we have started from the day 1, and that is print, input, type. All those things which we have already worked with before are also known as functions. Okay, so this one is the user defined function. Okay, we have made it, and this one is already there. It is already defined by our developers till now. Okay, so these are the 2 different kinds of the functions. Now this def means definition. Okay, this def is the keyword to create the function in Python, and this is how the function block looks like. Now, for example, I can take something else as well. Like I was talking about arguments, right? I can just do like this. Oops. I can just simply write down A, comma, B. Okay. And if I write down return A plus B. Okay. Now, do you think is this gonna work? No, it won't work. You know why? Because we haven't given any values to A and B. Let's say I'll write down 2, comma 5. Now if I write down 2, comma 5 over here, and if I try to run this code, it did not return anything. So what do you think do we need to do? Any idea? Any guesses? Anything? Over here, we have passed the arguments. Okay, so we use return statements over here to return some value. Over here, we are not really okay. Just to check, yeah, see, it works. Now, if I write down 6, it'll change the value. If I write down 3, it should give you 9. You can just give some random value as well. It will work. So over here, you are passing the arguments. Okay. Now, if I talk about this, we cannot choose to pass any argument at all. That means if I do something like this, that I have written AB over here, but I have just given one number, it'll say that missing one required positional argument, because I have asked for 2, but I'm just giving 1. If I do not give at all, then also it will give me an error. And if I write down more than what is required, then that will also give me an error, because see, takes 2 positional arguments. It just takes 2, but we have given it 3. So it will say that I have something extra with me and I'm not going to work for you. Okay, so this is how the function works with the talking about the arguments. Now, what actually happens when we call a function? From the normal flow of execution, when a function is called, what do I mean by normal flow of execution? Let's say I'm writing down A is equal to 4. No, not A. Let me just take hi is equal to 4. This is just a variable. And hello is equal to 5. And I want to print hi. And I want to print hello. Let me just change this to name. Instead of 5, let me just change this to, again, my name, and then see what happens. So first of all, it should print hi, then it should print hello and Simran over here, and then finally it should print this. This is what I mean the normal flow of the code. Okay, now okay, so the normal flow of execution, when the function is called, the flow jumps to the place where the function is defined. That means now after this, it just jumps over here. It will find it out where is this word function name written, and then it will jump over there and it will just complete whatever is done over there and give you the required result. And if I write something like this, print hello, hi, it will after this it will just print Simran 4, because over here hello and hi are done. Okay, so there are a few more rules which you need to know about, which I'll be talking in the next session of function. But I would just like you to play around this a little by adding, subtracting, using functions, doing all of these stuff. Okay, so till then, keep practicing. Let's meet on the next session. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing good and you have practiced a little bit of functions. So today I will be talking to you about the rules, some little rules which we mostly follow when we are working with the functions. Okay, so the function is terminated as soon as the return statement is encountered. So you remember that day we wrote that return statement. Let me just quickly share my screen. Yeah, you remember, after return result, if I write anything, it just went to the next line, right? It just went to the next line. Okay, so you can't write anything just after the return statement because it will just jump out from there. Okay, this means if written anything after the return statement inside the function block, then all of it just will be ignored. I'm just trying it once again. That is print HELLO. Okay, see, the intelligence itself is telling that we don't do this here. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't work, right? Okay, let me just remove it. So this was the one. So the function is terminated as soon as the return statement is encountered. That means if we write anything after the return statement inside the function block, then all of it will be just ignored because the function will terminate it as soon as it has seen that word return over there. All right, then there is another one, that is we can return more than one values from the function by writing the single return statement. Okay, that means over here I've just written result, but if you want that, we have 3-4 different stuff to return, we can do that as well. Okay, so but we need to remember one thing, that is by writing them in the single return statement, we have to be separating them by the commas, or else we will get something known as unpacking error. Okay, well, one more thing, there is no limit. You should remember that is there is no limit to the number of arguments we pass. We can pass as much as we need. And while calling the function, we have to pass the arguments in the same order as defined in the function, or else we'll get an error. That means if I write down Over here it's simple A and B, but if this would have been something else, and if I write something like this, okay, B is equal to this and A is equal to this. Okay, let's try out if it works. It still did work because we have mentioned it over here. It's not switching stuff. Okay, but of course we need, if I write like this, C, definitely we don't have anything known as C, and it will definitely unexpected keyword argument, we are getting that. Okay, so yeah, do remember about this. And if we do not want to check the order, we can just pass the argument by specifying the argument level 2. So to call a function, just I showed you right now, we didn't follow the order over here, but it's still accepted because we have specified the labels. Over here I have said that B is this and A is this. That is why it did not give me an error. And then we can set default values as well. Like let's say I will just write down A is equal to 0, and then B over here is there. Okay, B is equal to, let's say, 2. Okay, I'm giving 2 of the values. Why that line was there is because that the first one should be normal as it is, and you can't keep B as a normal argument and this one as a specified argument. The first one should be by default. If you do not have anything else to add, you need to do that. Okay, so over here, if I run this, have a look. It did not give me error because see, what have I done? B is equal to 1, A is equal to 2, A and B. All right. I guess I have completely messed up your thought what is happening, but let me just quickly remove this and show you that what happens. If I run this, see, it gives me 4. A is equal to 2 and B is equal to 2. But if I don't give any value in B now, still it will work because I have already specified the value over here. Okay. So this was one rule. Now, if we can have as many functions as we want in the program, definitely. Okay, so these were the few very simple stuff which you should know. Now let's just do one small program, okay, to so that you'll have a little hands-on on writing down the function. So let's find out like a simple function which will return the maximum of the two values. Okay, which will return the maximum of the two values. So how do we do that? Def I will take the name as max, and I'll just put in two values, A comma B, and then definitely I need this colon. If A is greater than B, then return A. Okay, else return definitely you need to return B. Now this was the very small example that I gave you. If you need to find out the maximum of two numbers, you can just create an if else. This is simple if else. I'm sure you know about this. And this is the way you create your own. Now you can do one more thing over here. You can just simply
This is a small program. Just to run this program, how you'll run it, you'll just write down max a comma b. That means you need two numbers. Now I'll just give comma 5, max of two numbers. Run it. It did run, but it will not show you anything because it's returning a value over here. So I'll just simply write down print a for your reference and print b for your reference, and have a look. It shows that 5 is the greater one. So this is how you write down a function. Okay, if you want to write down any print statements, you can. Now I would give you a small homework that you need to take in three numbers, and then you need to take in input from the user, three numbers, and then just find out which is the biggest with the help of a def, that means function. Okay, and then you can also do one more thing, that you can multiply all the three numbers, and then you can return the multiplication as well to the user. So two things in the same one. That means one, what you are doing is that you are multiplying three numbers which you have taken from the user and finding out the greatest of it. And oops, you have three numbers A, B, and C. First of all, you'll find out which is the biggest. And the second thing is that after you find out which one is the greatest, you'll return that number with, after that you will multiply those three numbers and return the multiplication of those three numbers. Just this is for you to practice the flow of the code. That's it. Okay. All right, so that's it for this session. Let's meet in the next session. Till then, keep practicing, have fun. Let's meet in the next session. Okay, so today, hi everyone. Today we will be doing one small problem solving with respect to functions. Okay, so this is the practice problem of function. I'm just creating a new file over here and writing down practice. This is the question which we discussed last day, and we'll do this part so that you don't have any issue. So we need to make a function that takes three numbers and returns the biggest out of them. Okay, so I will just, how do we start? Let's say def. Okay, let me just make it big for you. Def is how you start defining the function, right? Now on the name of the function, this is the user defined function. Okay, so maximum, I'm writing down maximum. Now what do I need to do? I need to take in arguments now over here. So you can take it anyway. You can take three different inputs, or you can take just simply ABC over here for the time being. A input, B input, C input, anything. But for the timing, I'm just passing the argument. So I'm just writing down A, comma B, comma C. Now what's the next step? We need to if, okay, A is greater than B. And we have done this before, and A is greater than C. Then what do we need to do? We need to print A, or we need to return A, anything. Okay, elif
elif let's actually do something. Let's work with return so that I can give you a very clear idea how we use return now properly. Okay. Else the second thing is B is greater than A and B is greater than C. Then what do we do? B, return B, will return B. Okay. Next, last but not the least, because A and B is already done and the left one is C. So if the last part, we'll use else simply return C. All right. So now let me just store it in biggest. Biggest is equal to, what is the biggest? Maximum ABC. Let's take three numbers. Let's take 4, comma 400, 40, comma 400. Okay, so definitely if I run this, what will it do? It will run this. It will give these values in respectively A, B, C. And then last but not the least, let me just quickly print biggest. And now you'll find out what happens next is that you get a 400. So how is return working? If you are printing the one which you have stored it over here. So this is how exactly the return keyword works. Okay. Now there is also one thing which you should know, that what are the actual arguments and what are the formal arguments. Okay, so the actual arguments are the arguments that are ones that we pass while calling a function, and formal arguments are the arguments that once that we use to define the function. Okay, so just a small note over here. I'll just put it down over here. Okay, this is small note. All right, so that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video and let's learn more about functions and its arguments. So till then, keep practicing and have fun. Bye. Hey, what's up? Hope you're practicing functions. So today we would be learning more about the function arguments. Okay, so we have already defined a function that takes in variables, numbers of arguments. Today we would be learning to define such functions using default keyword and arbitrary arguments. Okay, so let me just quickly share my screen and create one more file where I would be writing function arguments. Okay, so we're talking about function arguments over here. As I already told you over here, we are talking about arguments. So in the user defined function topic, we learned about defining a function and calling it. Otherwise, the function will result in error, right? So, okay, let me just quickly write down a very small function which will be very easy. Def greet. Okay, or maybe let's take def wish. Oops. All right, def wish. Let's take the name as the input and let's take the wishes that we want to give to the person as the other argument. I'll be writing down something in between the lines, but before that, let me just quickly print hello, and what next? The name plus I'll also write down the wish, right? So I could just simply give a comma and again add a plus and write down wishes. Okay, so this is a small function. Let's just now greet the person uh, by saying the wish. The first one, the name. So as usual, I'll write my name, and with that, the wish. Birthday. Okay. So now if I right click, run. Hello Simran, happy birthday. It's taking up the arguments. Now what I wanted to add over here is that known as this docstring. Okay. So we don't need these right now. I'll let you know when we need this. This is something which is required when you work on a large scale code or softwares. Okay, so this is this function greets to the person with the given wishes. Okay, this can be obviously double line as well. Okay, now let me just run it again. Let me see if that affects. No, it did not affect. Okay, now have a look. Do you see this? This function greets to the person with the given wishes when I hovered on it. And if I hover on print, see, it's giving me this. This is known as docstring. Prints the values to a stream or sys.std out by default, optional keyword argument ... right? So this is telling me about what does this word print does, and similarly I have given docstring for this wish. That is the reason you see it over here. Okay, you just need to keep your mouse on the word. If you have written the docstring, it will show you the what it means. Okay, so now I'm sure you know what will happen if I just give one argument, right? So if I just give one argument, it will give me an error. This is perfectly fine. Now, the next thing, which I have already had a talk about, that is, let's say by default, what it should be. Have a great day. Okay. So if I don't give anything now over here, then definitely it won't make any change. Hi Simran, have a great day. And have a great day. All right. So now it's working fine. So this is the default argument. You can't provide this at the beginning. Okay. So in this one, it takes in two parameters. as we have given one parameter by default and equal to sign that if there is no argument passed, you need to give have a great day, is doing that. And if I would have written something else over here, happy birthday. So it will write down, hello Simran, hello, happy birthday. I should not write 2 times hello, but yes, I hope you got my point. All right. So the next thing which you need to see, like I have already like changed a little over here, given wishes. Let me just add one more thing. If the wish is not provided, then it takes have a great day by default. Okay, so this is what happens. Now have a look. If I hover on wish again, see, this is the function to take the person which greets the person with the given wishes. If the wish is not provided, then it, yes, I need to remove this from here, then it takes great, have a great day by default. Okay, now if I just quickly run it, and yeah, I guess now you see everything in the same line over here. So yes, this is how you write it down. Now let's say if I have one more thing, that is wish. If I want something else, right? And if I write down simmer, okay, just a little bit twisted of my name, and if I just leave it like this, have a great day. That's what I was talking about. Okay, by default, if you write anything, it'll just give you this. Now the next thing, let me just brief in a little bit. In this function, the parameter name does not have any default value. That means it's mandatory or it's required. That means if I would not have written this name, it would have given me an error. On the other hand, if I talk about the parameter, that is this wishes, that has a default value of have a good day, have a great day, sorry. So it is optional during when I'm calling this. This is known as calling of a function. I'm writing the name of the function, and then in the brackets I'm writing down whatever the arguments I've given. So this is known as the calling of the function. So it is optional during a call if you want to give or not, if you already have it defined. So, or else if you write down something over here, what it has done, it has overwritten the message which was already present beforehand. Okay. So any number of arguments in a function can have default value, but once we have a default argument, all the arguments to the right must have a default value. This means to say that non-default arguments cannot follow the default arguments. Let's say if I write this name after here, or maybe let me just add one more, time. Okay, see, it's giving me a red line. That means there is some issue over here. After this, we cannot add it. It will definitely give me an error. Okay, so all the non-default values should be first, then all the default values should be there. Okay, so if you do something like that, it will give you a syntax error, that is non-default arguments follows the default argument. Actually, let me just show it to you. If I write down time over here, And if I just run, see, non-default argument follows the default argument. This is what I was talking about. You cannot have time after wishes. Time needs to be before. All right. So now let's proceed with the new thing in this itself, that is keyword arguments. Okay. So now we will be learning about the keyword arguments in the next section, next video. So till then, have a good day. Let's meet in the next video. Hi, hope you're doing good. So right now we will be talking about Python keyword arguments. Okay, so this is also known as quarks. So let me just first make a new file of Python, and I'll just write down keyword arguments. So this is my Python file. Over here, when we call a function with some values, these values get assigned to the argument according to their position. Okay. For example, in this function, what did we do? We have this name, Simran, and this message, or you can say the wish over here, right? So it get assigned to the name and the wishes, right? So Python allows the function to be called using keyword arguments as well. When we call functions in this way, the order or the position can be changed. Right now it's not changing, but if we talk about this, it can definitely change. Let's see what am I talking about. So let me just first quickly take something like def. Let me actually just bring the previous one back over here. Okay, so over here, let me just quickly run this and check. It works cool. So if I write this name also as nobody, okay, and let me just wish, and let me just run. Hello, nobody, have a great day. It's telling me. Okay, so it works fine. We know now about all, like if it is 2, if it is none, if it is 1, how it will work. Now, as you can see, we can have mixed positional arguments 1, 2, 3 as we want, but we must keep this in our mind that keyword argument must follow the positional argument. What do I mean by that? Having a positional argument after keyword argument will result in an error. Like if you write something like this, okay, over here, I'm writing down just the name. Okay, have a look. This is trying to figure out what am I doing over here. This both belongs to name or what, if it belongs to wishes, it's just confused. Okay, so if I just try to run this, it'll say that positional argument follows keyword argument. So it's not exactly understanding what we mean. Okay, so now this was about a little in keyword argument. Now if I talk about the arbitrary argument, okay, sometimes we do not know in advance the number of arguments that we will be passing into the function. And Python allows us to handle this kind of situation through the function definition. We use asterisks before the parameters name and denote this kind of argument. Now, let me just quickly take an example for you over here itself. So, I'll just take away this part. Okay. And I'll write down, I'll remove this as well. And we don't need wishes anymore. Okay, cool. And let me remove this as well. And let me just add an asterisk over here. Okay, so this, let's see the magic of this. All right. And I'll just simply do one small thing over here, that is for name in names. Let me write this down as names. Okay, print name. Okay, now let me just create a small wish list. Actually, not a list, but okay. Simran, Dolly, Ankit, Akshay, Dishant. So these are different names. Okay. Let me add a few more names. Let's say I'll add Rohit. Okay, let it be this much. Okay, if I right click over here and run this, have a look. Hello Simran, hello Dolly, hello Ankit, Akshat, hello Dishant, hello Rohit. Okay, so this is using this, and we are just saying hello to everyone in the list over here. That's why I said the wish list. This is not exactly a list, so please do not go by word over here. The word list is not that Python list. Okay, so now, yeah, you can actually say that this is a list if you properly write down A is equal to that, the whole list, and then you work with it. You can try it out definitely. So we have called the function multiple times in the arguments. These arguments get wrapped up into the tuple before being passed into the function. Inside the function, we use the for loop to retrieve all the arguments back. And let it be this much for the functions. These were so many things over here. We would be definitely doing few practice problems in functions after this session. So this is the base which you need to know about function, all the rules which I have covered and everything. So try practicing all of these. We will be doing few problem solving questions later in the course related to functions. So that's it for the day. Let's meet on the next day, next video, and let's learn more. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Let's meet in the next video.
Hello, what's up? Hope you're doing good and you're practicing Python. So today we will be going to learn about strings. Strings in Python. Yes, the one which we did at the very beginning when we started with the Hello World program. We'll be talking about that. Okay, so let me just quickly rename this to strings.py. Okay, so what are strings? String is a sequence of characters, and you can say character is simply a symbol. Okay, so now if I talk about English, we have 26 letters. In Hindi, we have 33, I guess, right? Uh, so exactly like that, uh, computers do not deal with characters, but they deal with numbers, or you can say binary. Okay, so even though you may see certain different characters when I type, whatever I type, you see these characters, but internally it is dealing it with the combinations of zeros and ones. Okay, so this conversion from zeros and ones to the word which you see, and the words, two zeros and ones, they are known as encoding and decoding. And ASCII and the Unicode are some of the popular encodings used in okay, so actually let's start with how we create a string. Okay, so what do? Simply, whatever you want. Let's say I'm taking a variable named my string string. Okay, my string, and I can just simply write down my name. This is a string. You can just try print my string. With that, I would also tell you that try printing type, so that you can't tell me that I'm telling you wrong. Okay, so that was just a joke. You can definitely point me out if you find any issue. See, it's Simran and class is str. Str means string. Okay, now let me also tell you a few things. This is how you write a word, or maybe you can write several words over here, right? You can write so this is a whole line. Now let's say if you wanted to write like literally 10 lines, but again you'll have like problem, right? So because you have to create different variables and put it in that, you can't just put in like this. See, it gave you, it's so intelligent that it gave a new line itself. But we'll do something different for this. Okay, what we'll do first, let me remove this part as well as this one. Okay, there is something which is known as triple quotes. Okay, this thingy, if you put this in this way and you put this in two different lines, it will still print it. See, it printed it in two different lines. You can also work with the double quotes. These were the single quotes, right? But you can also work with double quotes. Okay, these ones. Let me remove this and show it to you. Nice. And I run it. See, it works. So this is known as multi-line string. Okay, so now we can also, if you remember about list, tuples, and so many different data types which we had a talk about, we almost every time did access the string, right? I'm sorry, the whatever it was list, we accessed the list. Do let me know if you can access tuples or not, and can you access dictionary or not in the comment. Let me see how much you remember. Okay, so exactly like the list, we traversed in the list, we will also try doing something similar over here with string as well. Okay, so index always starts with 0. I hope you remember. So let's try this out. Being a little lazy, I'll just paste this stuff over here and put a 0 here.
Okay, and I'll run this. Have a look. It gave me S. And if I write something like 10 and then this colon, and then if I give -1, have a look what happens. So it'll give me teaching Python without N, because it's going till here. But if I would have written, like, remove this and then run it, then have a look what it gives. ARI is teaching Python. And what about this? Let's try this. Nothing else, just -1. So if I run this, it gives me N, only the last character over here. Okay, so this is how the index works, exactly in the similar way. Okay, now if I talk about concatenation of 2 or more strings. Okay, now comes to the let's come to the concatenation. We have had a talk a lot about this in the previous lessons, so if you have any questions you can definitely comment down below, but try them out yourself. And let's proceed with the concatenation of 2 or more strings. Okay, so now what do you understand by concatenation? When you take 2, 1, 2, 3, not one, definitely 2 or more different strings or different words together and add them up. Definitely join them rather than add them, because you can't actually add the words. So when you join them together, that is no in a single sentence or in a single word, whatever, that is known as concatenation. And we basically use the plus operator to do that. Now let me show you what do I mean. Let me just write str1. This is my first variable and I will write down hello, and in str2 I'll write down world. Okay, so I've written 2 strings, hello and world. Now if I print str1 and str2 in a different like print str1, print str2, it will give in 2 different lines, right? So print str1, print str2. Okay, now if I just run this, have a look, it's in 2 different, but what I want is that they should be in the same line. One thing which we can do is I can just put this over here. Okay, oops, this should be 2. All right, and if I run this, see, there is an issue. There is no space in between this whole world. They are together, but there is no space, right? That means you need to add something. There are 2 ways to do this. I'll first tell you the easiest way to do this. You can just add over here a space. This is only possible when you can access the variable, but there are many a times where you can't access the variable and edit it like this while we are talking about the real data. So at that time, what you need to do is that, let's say I will join another string to this, and this string, what does this string contains? It contains a space. So let me run this and have a look. There is a space in between. Actually, let me just show you with something else so that you can understand it well. See, now it's connected with a star or asterisk, whatever you say, right? So this is the joining character in between. If there is a space, definitely the string is the space. Okay, now, so this was about concatenation with the help of the plus sign. Now there is also another way where if you, let's say, want to repeat something many a times or a given number of times, let's say I'll write down str2 into 6. Okay, What do you expect from this? What do you think this would have given it to you? So it's world, 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 world 6 times, right? That means if you want to repeat certain words, you can definitely do it like this. All right. So yeah, that is about concatenation of strings, where you can use two things. One is addition and another one is multiplication. Now also I would also like to focus on one more thing, that is, let's say if I want to add a number and a word. I'll take a string 3. String 3 is equal to, I'll say hello world 404. Okay, this is definitely an integer. I'm sure you know that, right? So I'll just be lazy and copy this and paste this over here and just change this to string 3. And just for your check, have a look, it is a class int. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll add up this thing with this str3. Okay, so have a look. See, first of all, this is already highlighting it that there is some issue with this guy. And have a look, it says that it is a type error. Type, I told you these are not the same type, right? This is integer and the other one is string. So it says type error, can only concatenate string, not integer, not int to string. Definitely you can't add 404 to hello or world. Do you ever get those people, right, like saying hello, my name is Simran1234? Yes, you can get it on Insta IDs, but in real life, that's very weird, right? So exactly, but I have a way out to work with this. Let's say what I'm sure we have done about typecasting. So what typecasting was, from changing one type to the other type, right? We can do the same thing over here. What I'll do, I'll just write down str. str is for string, converting it into the string. See, the highlighting part went away. You saw? And now if I try to run this, see, it works fine. Hello world 404. And if I just copy this quickly and paste this over here, that's run, and you have a space between this also. And actually I would really like you to check this out. Control C over here and Control V over here. What is the type of this str right now? Have a look. This says that now it is a string, right? So if you can definitely write this guy like this, then it would not have been a problem. But since this was an integer form, it was a problem. I hope you got this thing, right? So this was very basic about how we concatenate strings. Now, there are a few more functions which I'll be talking about in the next video. So till then, practice these, and let's meet in the next video. If you have any questions, just comment it down and keep practicing. Have a good day. Let's meet in the next session. Hey, hope you're doing good and you have practiced about strings. Today, we would be learning more about strings. Okay, so let me make a new Python file, and name it string continued .py, definitely. Okay, so now today, first of all, let's work on the membership test. Okay, so what is membership test? We can see the existence of that thing. Now, if you go to a club, Like you can go to a club if you are a member of it, or else you have to pay and then become a member and then you can go, right? Exactly. Similar to that, we need to check whether this thing is in that club or in that group or not. Now, what do I mean by that is, okay, let me just quickly write print a in. We are checking if a is there in uh, Simran or not. Okay, I couldn't have got a better example than this. So see, it says true. That means yes, A is there in Simran. But instead of A, if I would have written E, then see, it will say it's false. Okay, so if I write this in, this in operator is basically, oh yes, you can definitely check a group of letter also. Like if I write an, you can check it will say true. Okay, now there is another one. This was like membership test. Okay, this is membership test. membershi. Okay, cool. Now yes, so the other one which I was talking about is, let me just quickly, there is in and another one is not in. Okay, not in. What do you think this would have given me? Of course, the false, because definitely an is there in Simran. But if I write down, let's say er, so I'd say it's true because er is not present anywhere together in my name, right? So that is the reason it says now it's the true. So there are two things which helps us to do the membership test, or you can say that we can check the substring exists within that string or not with the help of in and not in keywords. Okay, so now let's work with iteration, like finding out, let's say, how many characters are there in the word Simran. Okay, I'm sure you might be thinking till now that I'm really too obsessed by my name, but I could just think of this example at the beginning. So let's start. For letter in Simran, what do we need to check? How many letters are there in the word Simran? Or we can do something. Let's make it little challenging. Simran, Kumari. Okay, yes. So now let's check how many A is present in my name. Is showing PYTHONEXAMPLE. Okay, just changed it a little bit. Let's now find out how many I is present in this whole. Okay, so what do you think you would have done to do this? So wherever I find if letter is equal to, what is the letter we are talking about? It was I, right? So what I'll do, okay, let me create a variable for this. To store the number, count is equal to 0. I should start the counting from 0. I'll do count is equal to count plus 1. Okay, now
let's print count. And let me just run it quickly. Or SIMRANKUMARIISSHOWING Python example. So there are 4 of it. Now let's try and find out how many O's are present in our string. So there are, oh, I wrote 0, my bad. I need cool, there are 2 O's. So this is how you find out whatever you want to. But let's say if you wouldn't have done this, okay, this is a small challenge, that how many letters are present in this whole string. You need to find it out and write down the code snippet in the comments below. Okay, and do let me know if you have any issues in comments. I'll definitely tell you the answers or help you out for solving it. All right, so let's proceed. This was about iteration through the string, and this was about the membership tests. Now, the next thing which I would love to talk about is there are many functions, that is already built in Python so that you can work with strings. Like there is one that is length function, len. Another one is enumerate function. So what does this do? So let's actually try using this enumerate thingy. Okay, so I'll just use this because I have literally written a lots and lots of string letters over here, and let me put it in str1. Okay, equal to b.
Now what we will use the function enumerate. Okay, so it will actually return you an enumerate object where you will see that the index and the value in pairs. Okay, this is mostly useful while working with iteration. I'm sure you got confused whatever I told you, so let me just quickly try it out and show it to you. What do I mean by it? So I'll create a list, enumerate, see it's here, enumerate, and what's the name? It's str1. Okay, and let me just quickly print this out. Cool, and run. So see, SIMRAN, this is also counted, KUMAR, all with 11 12, just like a pair, index and the letter. Okay, so this is what enumerate is. There is one more function which is known as the len. Okay, so I'll just quickly print it for you. Len and str1. Okay, don't use this function. Okay, I want you to manually work with calculating the length of this while you are working with the help of the loops. Okay, have a look. There are 39 letters in this. So this is how you find out the length. Let's just check it out. Wow, correct. You see 38 over here because this counting starts from 0. But if you don't start the counting from 0, normally when you are counting the length, you start the count from 1. That is the reason you see 39 over here. Okay. So this was about the enumerate function and the length function. So we had a talk about membership tests, iteration, and enumerate and the length functions, which are the built-in functions to work in the Python. Okay, and there are many more things to talk about. So there is something which is known as escape sequence. Okay, so let's do something. Try these out. Do let me know if you have any questions, and let's meet in the next video. Till then, happy practicing Python. Hey, what's up? So today, as promised, we will be working around strings again, where we will be talking about how we can format it. Okay, so now let me first just create new Python file where I'll be writing string formatting, and yes, and control, and I'll scroll a little so that it becomes big for you. All right, cool. So if I say, like, if I want you to print something like, he said, okay, cool, she CID said, I'll give a comma, and then I saw a ghost. Did you even? Okay, let's say I'm writing such a sentence. So definitely, if I want to print this sentence, have a look what happens. This whole sentence, I'll just copy it, put it in, paste it. See, it's already right now telling me that there is some issue with this. Okay, so now how to solve this problem? Let's see what's the issue. First of all, definitely it's a syntax error. It's invalid because first of all, I'm adding a comma, again starting something over here. It's so many times. It's very confusing for Python to understand what exactly do we want from it. Okay, so let's try to figure out. This was the sentence. Okay, so now I'll say, actually, I can also add, did you even, I saw few ghosts, just to enhance this. Ghosts. Okay, something like this. Okay, now we need to solve this problem. So one way is definitely, which we all know, to get away with this is triple quotes, right? And if I run this, still it gives me an error. Do you know why? Because they all are similar quotes. That means what you need is that single kind wala quotes, these three. And you need over here also these three. Now it works well. It should. So see, this is one. But definitely every time we can't use this, right? That there should be some other ways as well to do this job. So let's explore that. Okay. Oh, I should have kept it. My bad. Okay. Yeah, let me just copy and paste this. I've kept it for your reference. Okay. So first of all, this is fine. She said, let me just remove these extras. Now what's the issue? See, she said, I saw few ghosts. What is this? there is this line, this quote over here, which is making it not appear, like if this thing is not appearing together. So if I try to run this, it will tell me that there is some issue with this part. Okay, so let's try adding this. Okay, now let's try running it again. So it works. So that means wherever you have this extra, you can use slash. Okay, even there is one more way how you can solve this problem, is that over here, if you just put a slash, obviously the forward one, not here, let's say somewhere over here, maybe a slash again, and let me just bring this okay, I am missing out something. I'm for sure missing out something. This should start here. Did you even? This is here. Oh, I guess this needs to be here. Okay, cool. This, now it's fine. And now if I run it, it'll work fine. That means this is also double quotes. And here also inside I have the double quotes, which needs to be visible. And over here, if you want, you can just put this forward slash over here to make it much more prominent, that this is this to this part. You don't have to see. Okay, now there are a few more things, okay, that I would really like to tell you about. So I can just do one thing. I'll just take this line again, I'll copy it, and I'll just paste it over here. Now I want this to be printed, right? Let me just directly print this thingy, and yeah, cool. Now what do we need next? Simran Kumari, if I put a slash n over here, okay, what will happen? Let's see. See, Simran Kumari is showing Python example. Pardon my SNS. Anyways, so Simran Kumari is showing Python example. I want this line to be broken from here, from the middle. There are also a few more things. Just like in slash, you also have a slash t. That means this is tab. It gives a tab between, like extra spaces, tab between the words. Okay. This is horizontal tab, and there is also something known as a vertical tab. Now how does it look like? It's giving us something, but it's not really visible. So yeah, so mostly you need to know about horizontal tab and slash n. Okay, now these are a few of the things which is known as escape sequence. You can give a read about it anywhere online. It would be a great start. Now there is also one more method, inbuilt method in string, and it is known as format method for formatting the strings. Okay, so now how you do that? So let's try this out right now. And there you go. Let me simply write it down over here. First of all, as I said, I'll be talking about format function. So this is how format function looks like. And let me just take another cent is equal to, it's just a variable. Let's take these 1, comma. Let's take 3 of these. I'm sure you'll understand it when we do it completely. Till then, have patience and have a look what I'm doing. All right, on format, this is the format. And over here, I'll take this up and write down Simran as usual. Then I'll give a comma and I'll write down, let's say, Meety. And one more I'll write down, Dolly. Okay. It was giving you error till you wrote Dolly, right? That means you need, if there are 3 of them, you need 3 of them. It should be equal. Now, if I try to run this cent, have a look what happens. It's really a good magic. Simran, Meety, and Dolly, exactly the way we want. Dot format, what do we want in these stuff? It's this. Even there is one more way what you can do over here. Let me just quickly copy and paste this, guys, so that I can show it to you easily. So you can just do this one as S. S is equal to this. M is equal to this. And D is equal to this. Now what to do with this? Simple. S, it's kind of storing in the variable. That's what this means, okay? And 1 is D. All right, now if I quickly run this, it gives me the same result, okay? Cool. To show you the difference, let me just add a few I's over here and run it again. Cool. This is another, this is another. This is the word you can use. Even there is one more way which I would like to show you. This is the last way which I would really like to show you over here with the format thingy. That is 0, 1, and 2. That is indexing, okay? If I write down 0, 1, and 2, there are 3. With indexing, we, okay, now if I run it again, have a look. Let me change a little with many else now. Okay. And let me run it. See, it works. So these are the few different things that you need to know when you're formatting your strings or letters. There are many more things you can format, that is talking about decimals. Okay, if you want to format the decimals up to, let's say, round it off to the third or the second point stuff. What do I mean is exactly this. Wait, let me just first print 1 divide 3, and let me just run this so that you can see the value. Have a look, there is so many 3s. Okay, now what I just want the 2 3s over here, not more, only 2. But how to do that? That's the challenge. Okay, so you can simply print, definitely you will take these brackets. Without this you can't use format. Okay, and then what you'll do, you simply write down from 0 till where do you want it, point to F. Okay, and what do you want? Okay, so you don't need this here. Definitely do need it, but okay, cool. Yes, now this is better. Oops. Okay. and dot format. What do you need to format? Let me format 1 divided by 3. Okay, and let me just quickly run it. See, it just gives the 2 values of it. Okay, so this is how you do it. Now I'll go into few more examples related to this string. Okay, last few examples where we will work with few string methods, okay, in the next video. So the next video will be on string methods. Till then, have a great day and keep practicing Python. Okay, as promised, we will be talking about string methods right now. Okay, so there are common string methods. Let's start with something like print. You can ignore this. Print Simran Nkumari. Okay, what I'll do, I'll just put a dot and make it lower. Okay, and put these brackets and try to run this. Okay, have a look. Everything is now in small. Now let's try doing something that is not lower. Now I'll try to play with upper. Okay, so now this is another function. See, now everything is now in the caps. Now let's try out a sentence. Try to split it up. Okay, so I'll just copy this and I'll simply paste this over here. And what I want to convert this into the list. Okay, so this should look something like Simran, Kumari, is, showing, Python, example. Okay, so now what do we need to do? How do we need to do this? There is a function. There is a function which is known as split. Okay, so what does this function do? It splits it. Splits what? Splits the words into list. How we'll do that? It's very straight and simple. We will just write down str dot split. How do you want to split it? Let's not talk about that. First, let's try printing this and print and it is str1. So yes, let me just quickly run this. Have a look. This is the list of words. Now let me store this in a variable like a. Okay, now what is this? A is the this list. Now what do we want? We want to again join them. All right, so if you want to join them, what do we need to do? There is another function which is known as dot join. Okay, so you can simply just do something like what do you need to join? You need to join it with space, and then you can just simply join. What do you need to join? You need to join a. That means this is how it should be. And let's just quickly print this up and let's see if it works. Yes, it does. That means I can just print a over here. Print a. Okay, and now I'll just simply run this. So you see, a was a list and now it's not a list anymore. So this is how you do it. So there are a few more string methods like find, replace. So you can all work with those, have a look, try to figure out how many functions you can see, try, play, observe, everything. All right.
So yeah, these were the few things that you really had to know about strings. Okay. Next, we would be learning about few more things. That is arrays. Okay, we would be learning about arrays, and there is a very different and a new concept which we talk about when we talk about arrays. So it's easy, it's not that tough, but I'm sure if you are not from a coding background, you might have not heard about this term. So be prepared for the next topic, that is arrays. All right. Till then, keep practicing. Have a great day, and do comment down if you have any questions or queries. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Hey, so welcome to the next session where we would be learning about Python arrays. Okay, so array is a container which can hold a fixed number of items, and these items should be of same type. Okay, so actually there are two things which you should know when we are working with arrays. One is element. It is the item which is stored in the array, that is known as element, and another thing is index. So each location of the element in the array has a numerical index, which like we have done indexing, right? For list, for string, for everything, indexing has been done. So I'm talking about that index. If I talk about the representation of array, the index basically starts from 0, and let's say if the length is 10, that means number of elements which is present, or maybe the array can only store 10 element in it. Okay, there are basic operations of it also, like we can traverse through the array, that means print all the array elements one by one. Then we have insertion, that means it adds element, deletion, search, and update. Now let's do something. Let's first create one array. Okay, so for that, what we do is, okay, I guess I need to, yes, from array import star. This is how I'll import array, and then I'll write down, let's say, name. This is just a variable, okay, and array, and then in brackets I'll write down type code. I don't need equal to sign for the time being, and then let me write something. Type code is basically the code that is used to define the type of the value the array will hold. Some common kind of type code is, let's say if I write down B, then it will be bytes. If I write down C, it will be something else. Okay, let me actually show you the okay. Oops. INITIZERS. Okay, so we need the initializers over here. What do I mean by these two words? I told you about few type codes right now. Let me tell you about few more. If I write I, it will be integer of 2 byte size. And if I write L, it will be integer again, but it will be of unsigned integer, that will be of size byte 2.
If I talk about F, it will be floating point, and if I write down D, then it will be floating point only, but it will be of 8 byte size. Bytes. Okay. All of them are bytes, bytes. All right. So now let me just quickly change this to I. This is the type code. And let me just quickly remove this and write down. Let's say some write down 15, 20, 25, 2, 3, 30, just few random numbers. I'm writing them down. So let it be this much for the time being. Okay. And I'll just quickly write down. I'll just try to iterate through this. For that, what I need to do for X in name array. Whoa, it's for E. It's for. Okay. Now, what I should do, print X. If I try running this, see, they have been in the different, exactly it works like list, right? You would be telling me it exactly works like list, but let's try doing this. What happens if I do this? I have added a float value over here, and if I run this, see, but in the case of list, this wouldn't have happened. Okay, so if I am telling that I am giving you integer values and then it gets float, it will give me an error. Okay, that means it needs to be of similar type. Now, the next thing, let's do something. Let's access the element from the array. I'm sure this is completely like list, so you would be able to do it. So let me show one of it to you. Let me just quickly print name array, and let me access 15. Then I'll write down 2, and let's just run it and see. Okay, so let me just write down ACCESSIN accessing. Okay, and give a comma. Now you'll understand it better. See, accessing 15. Okay, so this is how you access the element. Now let's say if I want to insert something in the array. For that, what I'll do, there is a function itself where I can write down name array dot insert. Insert, where do you want to insert? Let's say I want to insert at the second position. And what do I want to insert? Let's say I want to 99. Insert 99. So if I try to, what if I try to print name array? What will it do? Any idea? Let's try printing it. See, it gives the way this. Okay. All right. But see, it has also included at the 2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so 99 is now present over here. So this is how we use the insert thingy. Okay, so this was insert operation. This was insert operation. This was accessing, I have already written. Now let's talk about deleting. So delete operation. So for deleting, what you can do is you can use remove. Okay, so there is something known as dot remove. So I'll do something, name array dot remove. Now, which number do you want to remove? Let's say I want to remove 25. So I'll write this down. You don't need to specify the thing. Okay. Oops, my bad. I'll copy this. Yes, now it's fine. So let me run it now. And let's see if we have removed 25 or not. Yes, 25 has been removed. Let's try removing something which is not there in the list. Let's see what it does. See, it gives us the value error. X is not in array. That means that value is not in array. It has given you the value error. That is the reason. So definitely you need to be very precise with what you want and whether it is present or not. Okay, cool. So this was the delete operation. Now if you want to search whether that element is present or not. Okay, so of course we can do that as well. Now how to do it? For that, I'll write down search operation. Okay, in search operation, I can simply do it in this way. That is print name array dot index, that where is that, at which index is this number, let's say 99 present. Okay, and oh my bad, this should not be the bracket, should be this one. And let me just run it. So it's present at the second place. So this is how we search it, that at which index is it present. And now if I write down something which is not present, let's try that out as well. It will say it's a value error, that this thingy is not in the array. Okay, so that means it will again give you an error. Okay, so this was about the search operation. Now last but not the least, there is one more operation that is known as update operation. Okay, so this is UPDATE, update operation. Now what do we do in update operation? Let's say I want to change 99 to 96. I want to change this. So where is this present? It is present at the second index, right? So what I'll do over here, I'll simply write down name array in brackets. I'll write down 2 because it is there in 2. What do I need to do? I need to change this to, let's say, 32. And then again, if I print name array and try running it, have a look. This has been changed from 99 to 32. This is known as the update operation. Okay, so quickly just revisiting all the points. This is it which you need to know about arrays for the time being. This is how you create arrays. This is the bytecode, and this is the list where you have put in all the values which you want, and you can iterate over it. You can access any element which you want in this way by putting the number of index, like which index do you want. Now you can also insert with the help of the insert function. You can also remove or delete something, the number. Definitely you'll get an error if the number doesn't exist. Similarly for index also, if you need to search that whether that element is present or not, if you give the correct number, then it won't give you an error, but if you give a wrong number, it will definitely give you an error. And this update operation is the last one. So what you need to do, you need to know at which index is the number present, and then what you need is simply change that number to the number which you want to be present at that place. Okay, so this was in very short about Python arrays. So just practice these, try to take different cases, learn about a little bytecodes. Okay, what are bytecodes? I told you try it with float. For float you need F. Let me just write it down over here. If you want to try out with float, it will be mostly you would be using F instead of I. Okay, if you are trying with character, it should be C. And I guess this one would be more than enough for you to try for the time being. If you want to explore more, you can definitely search for Python arrays, or you can comment me down if you have any questions regarding this topic. So yeah, that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next module and learn few more stuff, few new stuff and interesting things. So have a good day, keep practicing and keep exploring.